From being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, promise to say oh na-na-na. Have all bad days oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. God knows I need you oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. And I'm with you and don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a higher beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is na-na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. We have a madness on na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a higher beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. If we're together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, we got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me love me, tell me love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me love me, tell you love me. Forever never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 phone, na. I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I took my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? And I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. From being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, promise to stay on na-na-na. Have all bad days on na-na-na. I'm hard to love them, oh na-na-na. God knows I need you, na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. And I'm with you and don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have all your beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my gift tonight, and I don't want to go. So listen, I'm going na-na-na. Promise to stay on na-na-na. We have a bad days on na-na-na. I'm How's love go, nah, nah, nah. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you, nah, nah, nah. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. We're gonna together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me love me, tell me you love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever never enough. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. on your mind? I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, I wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, I wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know what I said. Can I feel your kryptonite? I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, I wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Your finger dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, I'm just to say you na-na-na. Have all bad days, oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love, oh na-na-na. God knows I need you, oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Have all your beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So listen up, oh na na na. Promise to say you na na na. We have a madness, oh na na na. I'm hard to love, oh na na na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you, oh na na na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. when I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever has never been enough. If we're together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever has never been enough. Just tell me you love me, tell you you love me. Forever never been enough. Oh, nah, 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 nah. Oh, nah, 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 nah. Oh, nah. losing your way, but you pushed me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can I feel your grip tonight? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you still in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. Yeah, I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the COVID Innovation Track presented by the Texas Military Department. I'm Sean Duffy. I'll be your host for today. You'll see me periodically throughout today's sessions to help direct you and answer any questions that you may have. Don't hesitate to reach out through the chat, whether you're joining us through YouTube or through the Hopin Interactive platform. While I'm not hosting interactive conferences like Fed Supernova, I work for Capital Factory through our Corporate Innovation Council program, and I've had the pleasure of working with many of the presenters that you'll hear from today, and I can assure you that you are in for a great day of programming. I'm excited to kick off the day with all of you guys. A little bit later, we're actually going to hear from some startups in the Capital Factory ecosystem who are on the front lines of developing technology to fight COVID-19. We also have a panel that's going to be moderated by Capital Factory's own Melly Price, featuring Army, Air Force, and TMDX representatives who are touching on the process of pivoting the DoD and innovation organizations who are fighting and finding COVID solutions. Right now, I'd like to welcome to the stage Jason Kelly from IBM to kick off the track and introduce our first guest. Welcome, Jason.
Hey, thanks you, Sean, and thanks for having us here today. I'm proud to be here with all of you in this wonderful COVID innovation track, which kind of sounds like an odd track to be leading here. I must tell you that as a proud member of a company that has helped to bring about a robust response to COVID-19, it is a topic worthy of all of us talking about because we've been forced to learn from it, whether we like it or not. So more about me. I'm Jason Kelly. As mentioned, as Sean mentioned, I lead IBM's blockchain business around the world. We're 120 countries, every continent except one. And we talk about this thing we call blockchain as an innovative capability. I'll hit on some of that, but that is not the topic for today. Instead, it's the innovation part of that. And yes, that B word is part of the innovating thing that we are driving in our company. But as a company, like all of you on the phone, we all took a step back in a very unique situation that we have all found ourselves in. If we think back early March, it was the time where we thought, okay, this is getting bigger. This is going to change the way we do business, the way we work, live, and play. But certainly, as you're staring at me in my not so glamorous office that's not an office, we never thought it would get here. However, as a company, I'll give some thoughts on how we looked at it and maybe use it to set up the conversation I'm looking forward to have with General feral with regards to how we all have reacted when we first thought, okay, this is a pandemic and we're going to have to figure out how we sustain first ourselves. And as we all thought about our families, no different. We as IBM thought about our employees and their families to make sure that they were safe, to make sure that on top of them being safe, we could continue to deliver on our mission, which is our clients first and innovation that we bring for them. What was really interesting to see happen is, as a very services-based and technology-focused, cloud-based company, it was surprising how easy, and I say that with pride for all of my 400 plus team members around the world, when we said we will work from home. On day 2, when we made the mandate that we would work from home, 95% of our team members were working from home. Within that first week, we had 98% of our teams in India, which is not a work from home environment. For any of those who know that, I'm typically there three times a year. I don't think that's going to happen this year, but we know that in that time frame, one day, 95% of our teams working from home, taking on what has become their new way of working every day, and 98% of our people being able to say, look, I'm here in India and I'm working from home as well. And that's mean a lot of infrastructure that has to be shifted virtually. Why do I use that example? One, because it was us taking care of our people first, keeping them safe, and then also making sure that we had a 100% uptime for all of our clients and customers around the world so that they saw no impact as far as we were concerned in their business. And in some cases, saw an increase in their capability because of how we had quickly pivoted, which then gets to this thought of why I'm on with our wonderful military guests today. When I think of this ability to pivot, you can only pivot when you're prepared to do that. When you have the contingencies that are set forth that allow you to do that. We had that with not only our people, but also our compute power. And that's something that we said, listen, now that we've taken care of our teams and our clients, what can we do for the greater good? And we did a number of things. One being dedicating compute power. And if you're not a techie, you'll be excited to Google the term when I tell you that we dedicated 400 petaflops of compute capability to those researchers and others trying to figure out what was next. What are some candidates to come up for a cure for COVID-19? What are the patterns that we're seeing in the different parts of the world where there are spikes? What could we possibly do to make sure that that power was there and available for those researchers to find new things? Now, that's the big picture, to say, look, let's throw this compute power out there and allow people to come up with new answers. But then as soon as we look at the big challenge, we quickly come into our local communities. And we said, how can we help where our people are and where they work and where they live? And even right here in Austin, we pilot one of our give back opportunities, putting good tech into a good opportunity to give back with our Watson Assistant. Think of a very smart AI-enabled assistant that could, in fact, chat if you needed to ask a question in your local city or county. In this case, it was the city of Austin. And you wanted to know simply, my child has symptoms. What should I do next? Who should I call? What are the typical symptoms? And then that progressed to the ability to bring that into a contact center and have that same type of technology. Instead of spending hours on a phone asking questions to get to another question, getting to the answer when you need it, how you need it, so that you can get to results was something that we were ready to deliver very, very quickly. Now, this then brings us to a thought of, from the big picture, our communities, our customers, our clients, into the larger capability, into the community with Watson Assistant, into one of the biggest problems that we all saw within this pandemic, which was what used to be an ongoing challenge around supply chain, meaning a supply chain that was very brittle. Supply chain that just meant getting goods and services from source to consumer. And we love all the terms, you know, from mill to car, from farm to fork, all of those, which are typically a lot of linear transactions. Well, we found out that we're very dependent on certain parts of the world. We were very dependent in seeing into a supply chain that only could give us visibility one up and one down, meaning who did I buy it from and who am I going to sell it to? When we look at it in that way, we realize, wait a minute, this is not as flexible as it needs to be, because all of a sudden we were strapped with this need for PPE, this need for personal protective equipment. And with that, we as IBM, and specifically our blockchain team, said, how can we open up this supply chain with visibility and trust? And so forget the bright, shiny B word, even though that's how I earn a living with blockchain. Just think of being able to see into and across a supply chain and exchange data with certainty, trust, and transparency. And with that, we took some very, very innovative existing technology in the form of inventory visibility, as well as a blockchain platform that allowed people to basically have a passport into a supply chain capability so that they could matchmake. And what do I mean by matchmaking? Why is that important? Well, with COVID-19, we saw some very, very unconventional pairings and matchings of need and have within our supply chains, where you have a brewery that is no longer brewing beer, but instead is making hand sanitizer, or a car manufacturer that is making ventilators, and designer clothing manufacturers that are making masks and protective uniforms. Think about those new industries sprouting up, or those industries with new types of capabilities, changing what they're doing. Now, how do they work in an ecosystem of medical providers who are looking for that? Those matches can't be made. And with this very open and secure supply chain capability with Rapid Supplier Connect, we brought together that matchmaking capability. So just think of matchmaking on steroids for supply chain capability in COVID. That's the type of innovation that we're talking about, and it doesn't stop there with the availability of data that we're now providing, so that after we say, let's take care of the supply chain, day to day now, we're all looking for what are the statistics around what we're seeing. Where should I be going? Where should I be looking at with regards to exposure? If I'm in Austin, if I'm in Florida, if I'm in California. Well, with our data that we have with the Weather Company and Weather Channel, we cross-pollinate that with data from governments, the CDC, and the WHO, and that then gives that real-time information. So what you've seen is just a company that has always been there ready to do what's right, bring good tech into good opportunities to get good results. And that has been us since we tried the original moonshot to put a person on the moon and return them safely, to responding to 9/11, to now responding to a pandemic with COVID-19. We know that the difference starts with the real software and the people that really employ that software for good tech for good results. And when I think about this thought of using those basics capabilities and bringing them to the marketplace with flexibility and a contingency to win, it reminds me of my first career prior to those roles that I had well before IBM. And in that first career, I graduated from United States Military Academy and proudly accepted a role as a United States Airborne Army Ranger. Best job I've ever had. Enjoyed it more than anything else. And in that career, what I realized that there are people such as the person that I'm about to introduce you to that wakes up every morning, goes to sleep every night, if she sleeps at all, to make sure that she is at first a servant and a warfighter ready to defend what we all believe and stand for. And with that, I'd like to take the opportunity now, with that quick introduction that I had on COVID-19 and what we've been doing at IBM, to now introduce to you Major General Don Farrell, who is the Assistant Adjutant General Air for the Army National Guard here in Texas. I'm very excited, General Farrell, to have you on with me today. And if you can, just tell us a little bit about yourself, and in context of what we've just started talking about, I really would love to hear some of your insights and what you're thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for that fine introduction. It is my pleasure to be here today with you and everybody listening in and talking about innovation and COVID, and in particular what the Texas Military Department has done. My background, I'm going to give away my age, but next month I will hit 37 years of service with the Texas Air National Guard and the Texas military, so I'm very proud of that. I enlisted right out of high school, did 10 years enlisted service, and then switched over and became an officer. I have a logistics background. I will tell you that I'm what's known as a Guard baby. That means I joined the Guard from the get-go. I have only ever served on active duty when I was called to mission, for example, Desert Storm way back in the day, and I served in Afghanistan a few years ago. The rest of the time I've been in the Guard, and most of that time I have been a drill status guardsman, means the part-timer, right? Which means I had a civilian career on the side. My civilian career, very different from my military career, military on logistics and the civilian side. I spent most of my time in higher education, where my military and my civilian career kind of merged. I went to school and graduate school and I got a doctorate in technology training and development. Now that was 18 years ago, so technology was a little different back then. But I was very interested even then in learning about technology and how to train and develop technology in that case in the realm of higher education. But I've been able to transfer that over into the military environment as well. I've been serving in my current position for about 5 years here in Austin, Texas, at Camp Mabry. In my role here, I help the Adjutant General make sure that the Texas Military Department, which consists of the Texas Army National Guard, the Texas Air National Guard, the Texas State Guard, and quite a few civilian folks that support us, be prepared for not only our federal overseas missions, deploying into the Iraq, Afghanistan, or all over the world where the military is needed, but also our stateside domestic response mission, which is very unique to the Guard. The Guard itself, during a stateside emergency response in our state, we are under the command of the governor. He is our commander in chief during those kinds of responses, and so we are always prepared to support the governor in any efforts that he needs us for. We are typical military. We train and we plan for all kinds of contingencies, and so we're actually pretty good at the planning and of course, we all know that you can plan for something, but things always change or they're a little bit different than what you plan for. But that's okay, because we do plan and exercise quite a bit. And we have responded in the past to everything from floods and fires in the state of Texas to hurricanes. The most prominent one, Hurricane Harvey, about 3 years ago. That was a fairly devastating effort in Texas, but we responded to that. So earlier this year, when the COVID-19 started and it became prominent, our governor, like every other governor across the nation, was looking for, how do I protect my citizens in Texas? How do I make sure that that we try to contain the COVID as much as possible, understand what COVID is, protect our citizens. And so it didn't take very long for him to call on the National Guard, the Texas Military Department, to say, hey, talk to our Adjutant General, Major General Tracy Norris, and said, I need the Guard. This is an emergency response. We need the Guard. And really, to start with, really relied on three main mission sets that we have in the Guard, being logistics, communications, and medical support. As you can imagine, all of those things necessary. Now, understand, when the Guard responds like that, we always respond in support of other agencies. We are not the lead agency. We are supportive. So we are supporting the Texas Department of Emergency Management. We are supporting the Texas Department of Health and Human Services, in this case, especially with the COVID response. And so we enhance and support their mission sets out there. But what we do in the Guard is we bring our military and our civilian skill sets to the table. And even though we may be in uniform supporting as a member of the Guard, we also have those civilian skill sets that we bring to the table as well to help hopefully innovate with some solutions that are out there. And so early on, when the governor did ask us to respond to COVID, we did what we normally do, and that is fall back on the natural responses and training and planning that we've done in the past, and that's how we set up our command structure. That's how we set up, how we're going to deploy across the state to help. What was a little bit different about this than in the past is One, it was more of a medical mission to start with. I mean, COVID is an illness, and it became a pandemic. So we relied a lot more on our military part of the medical part of the military than we did before.
So, General,
yes,
if I can on that question, because you're hitting on something I was curious about, because when we think of National Guard and as you called out, we think of emergencies, we think of natural disasters more often than not, a Hurricane Harvey, and
yes.
And thanks to wonderful leaders such as yourself, and I know there's many soldiers behind those 2 stars that are there on your uniform, and no one gets 2 stars by accident. So you know what you're doing. So you show up with 3,300 plus team members ready to jump onto the field, saying, "Put me in, coach," every day. And then all of a sudden you show up with I'll use North America sports. You have helmets and football, shoulder pads. You're ready to go. And all of a sudden you find out that the game's lacrosse, and they're saying, "Hey, you better figure out how to do what you need to do based on this new game." So how'd you do that? I mean, that's not normal. I mean, you really had to flex.
Right, we did have to flex, because even though we do typically plan for events like this, it certainly wasn't to the scale we had really anticipated, and it certainly wasn't probably in this case using the medical resources more, and actually stepping in and filling in for community members that maybe were not able to do what they would normally do. Now, I'll give you an example. The governor asked us to provide medical support in terms of testing for COVID to the Texas Department of Health and Human Services, and so we set up about 25 medical testing teams, mobile medical testing teams that went all over the state of Texas. Most of us know how large the state of Texas is, so I mean, a very, very large area. We went into rural areas because that's where a lot of folks maybe didn't have access to testing before. And so that was something that we had our medical folks do and train to make sure we could support the Department of Health and Human Services in doing that. Some of the other things that we did that were not, I would say, the norm for us, for example, is we ended up working in food banks and helping food banks and distributing food to the community. Now, keep in mind that most food banks are run by community volunteers. There may be some paid personnel, but the majority of their operations are citizens that are volunteering. Many of which are older, and they were considered a pretty high risk group, especially early on. And so, with the stay-at-home orders that came out and the protection of our citizens, we sent soldiers and airmen into food banks across the state of Texas to help distribute food to those who were in need. Remember, a lot of the community members weren't working at that time. Maybe they were in need, and we had a greater need potentially for citizens that would need the services of a food bank than maybe in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So that was something very different. So how do you prepare for that? Well, I mean, we take our logistics skills and help set up, because it became a lot more. A lot busier, I guess, at the food banks, and they really relied on the logistical background.
And it really gives a new definition. Right. I think it does give a real new definition, General Farrell, to this thought of a citizen soldier. I think the makeup of your team, you're a lot of civilians in your force, and now you're right there as first responders. It sounds like really changing the role.
So not only are we first responders, but we are responding in our very own communities. A lot of we live and work in the communities in which we serve. So not just the state of Texas, but all over. So a lot of folks were working at a food bank that served their very community that they live in, or their city, their county, their area that they live in. Same thing with the medical testing. I mean, even though our mobile testing teams went all over the state of Texas, there was a very good chance that a soldier and airman on that team was in the very area that they live and serve in as a civilian on the civilian side of that. So it was really fascinating. I mean, we are in the Guard, Texans serving Texas, and we take that very literally and very seriously. And this response to COVID was an opportunity to really show how much, with our about 3,500 soldiers and airmen around the state responding to COVID, how we were really serving the Texans that were, because of the situation, we're just not able to do certain things themselves. And so we looked at, just that was sort of normal response. We had to kind of change the way we did it because we weren't used to doing, the medical testing and that sort of working in a food bank. but we also looked for ways to help the Governor's Innovation Task Force get what they needed. You mentioned earlier personal protective equipment and how there was a shortage out there. And so our Texas Military Department Innovation team worked with the Governor's Innovative Task Force to try to form ideas, working again with corporate partners and civilians and folks like yourself to say, how can we meet this need in Texas? What can we do? And in some cases, it was the Guard that actually implemented the plan. In other cases, it was somebody else, a corporate partner or a different agency. But the Texas Military Department, with our Innovative Task Force, were really integral into that team in making some of those decisions and helping the governor make decisions about things that he needed to do in response to COVID. Again, not just for the Texas Military Department, but for all of his personnel in the state of Texas.
And that's, I tell you, Texas serving Texans, it really is. When we think about the spirit that we have here in Texas, and I take pride in not just being a Texas resident, but also being the senior executive for the IBM company in Texas, which gives me the opportunity to do things such as what we're doing here today. And I think about what you just said is, the innovation that you're bringing to the table isn't. We as technologists think innovation and go straight to technology. And yes, as you said, General, you had technology background years ago and probably touch it every day. However, a lot of the innovation that I'm hearing is about process also. You mentioned, this thought of getting PPE. You had to innovate with your supply chain and your logistics. It sounds like your people had to think differently and act differently on command, right at the moment.
Yes, very much. I mean, we have a lot of experienced logistical officers and support officers, obviously, that do that every day. But the makeup was a little bit different. How can we help the governor warehouse some of this equipment where it can be easily accessed throughout the state? Obviously, we have a lot of military installations and guard armories around the state, so we have a lot of facilities that can help with that. So, the storage of the PPE took place in some of those facilities, and then we had to look at ways to who needs the PPE, who is it distributed to, what does that look like, how do we know that it's legitimate, for lack of a better word. And so that was our logistical partners working with the governor's task force to determine what are those priorities, how do we do it. I mean, in the end, we're just a supplier, we just move it, but we have to know that the decision makers are making the right decisions about who gets it and where does it go. And early on, especially, there's a lot of controversy in who needed equipment, who was going to get it, and what the priorities were. And so we were there to support that effort and making sure that whoever needed it and it was the right place to go, that we were able to move it across the state to get it to where it needed to be. So yeah, it was the same kind of logistical stuff you do, but there was a different twist to it because it couldn't be done in the same old way. I mean, we couldn't use our supply systems in the military to do that. We had to do something a little bit different because it was a different way of supply and demand. So you're exactly right. That was a process innovation, and that was, again, us working with the governor's task force and those community partners and corporate partners on that task force with the ideas of how do we do this and how do we make those determinations so that we can tell the people in the supply chain how to move the supplies where they're needed. And so that was really, as a logistics officer, that was pretty enlightening to me how we needed to do that because, again, we're always in support of, the Guard is always supportive. We don't make those decisions to begin with. We just help those decision makers get the equipment in places where they need to be. So that was pretty exciting for me to be able to work with outside of TMD, work with logistics folks who don't do military logistics and sort of combine our best efforts and ideas and make it work.
I find that part of the exciting, outcome here. We think about, no challenge is insurmountable, and we have challenges like this. Only good things can come of it when you put right people in the right place with the right types of creativity. And when I think of the right types of creativity, and here we are, Sean hosting us from Capital Factory, where we have hundreds of startups and entrepreneurs ready to put their minds into business and make things happen. And you're talking about new partnerships. We've always said, okay, yeah, the Guard, they're going to work with civilians, but you're working with corporates. You're touching some of these startups. Maybe if you could share some thoughts, General, on how you see that coming together in the future. It seems like it's an evolution that, well, you were in support, but now you're in partnership with some of these entities.
No, I think it's in the military, it's a really interesting evolution, because if you think back to, World War II era, the defense agency, the defense was the primary idea. They created the ideas, they had the information, they had the money, they had the technology to create what was ever needed. As we move forward to the year 2020, I mean, we just don't have the manpower and the money that we used to back, obviously, when we had over 1 million people serving. And so we don't, all the ideas don't come from the military anymore. Now, I like to think there are very smart, innovative people inside the military, don't get me wrong, but there are a lot of smart, innovative people outside of the military that have ideas that they just need that foot in the door into a military organization, say, hey, here's an idea, what do you think? Sometimes the defense agency is so large that it's very, very hard for those folks to get their foot in the door to even begin with. So what happens is we don't get their ideas because they can't get to us. In the Guard, because we are in our community all the time and we partner with, and we have people in our own in the Guard that work in the community, they work in corporate America, they have those same ideas. We felt it very necessary, and we had maybe an easier way than some of getting access to those small businesses or entrepreneurs or people that just had ideas and saying, come talk to us. If you've got an idea, we can maybe present you with the ability to solve a problem within the military. We can support you in that. And so some of the ways that we've been doing this in the last few years, the Air Force, the Army, there's a lot of innovative ideas out there and ways to try to get to our small businesses out there and invite them in. And some of that is through partnering with them, maybe through grants that we can help with them, getting them some startup. But here at the Texas Military Department, we are rolling out TMDX and having a space at the Capitol Factory because we want easy access for those folks to get to us. I mean, if somebody has an idea and I don't know about it, then there's nothing I can do to help. But if they get to me and say, hey, General Farrell, this is what we're thinking, and I may not have it all figured out, but I'm going to rely on that person to figure it out for me, I might need to give them the opportunity and the time and frankly, maybe some of the resources or the manpower or the equipment to try out their idea on, depending on what it is. And we're very much able to do that in the Guard because, again, we live and work right here. And so it makes it, I think, a lot easier for us than maybe a large active duty installation to do that. And plus we have places, we're all over the state of Texas and the Texas Guard, obviously. So we're not just in Austin, we're in San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, all the major areas, plus many, many, many rural areas. And so we can tap into the talent in the community just by opening our doors and saying, come talk to us. We're not intimidating. We really, really want your ideas. We want to help you. And I think by doing that folks in small businesses or folks that just have an idea, maybe they're a college student, maybe they're a housewife or a house husband, and they just have an idea, that they have a mechanism to get that information to us. And through our innovation TMDX, we have personnel that help sort of screen that for us so that we can look at things that we know we can partner with them on. Or frankly, if we don't have the capability, we can get them in touch with the right organization that can do that. And I think when we looked at the working with COVID and the governor's task force, that's exactly what we did. And most of the representatives on there were bigwigs in the civilian community like you, CEOs and that sort, but they still had people that worked for them that had ideas to bring. And then that's how you problem solve. In this case, it was for a crisis or an emergency, but we want to do it for everyday kinds of things. And that's why partnering with the small businesses and the entrepreneurs out there is so important to us. And I think we've made great strides in doing that.
It's okay, good. And I'll tell you, I won't take it personally. General, you say bigwig, and I happen to be a bald man, so I won't give you a hard time for that one. Far from bigwig, I just have a lot of great team members here across the state of Texas. And talking about that innovation, I did give a shout out to the Capitol Factory, and I also know, here we are home to the Army Futures Command by no accident, because Austin and Texas as a whole is a hotbed for innovation, and it really drives these new ideas. And I think about all these entrepreneurs that are even listening now, are ready to put their wares to work for good causes. I also know that you have some innovation. When I think about some of the things that you, as you mentioned, you have logisticians day in and day out that are moving things that some corporations couldn't even imagine moving. And I do mean materials, but then materials at scale and the distance and the needs that are unique to the military. Anything you can share on that? Because I know that you had some innovations around predictive maintenance, for example, that you all have been able to bring into play. Some of the things that because people don't think about this. They always, having been in the military, I say, hey, look, a lot of the innovation comes from the military because we're dealing with problems that are different than the civilian world. So anything there that you can shine some light on?
Sure. I think you give the example of predictive maintenance. In the military, sometimes we do things and we do them very well, but we do them the same way forever and ever, amen, just because that's what you're comfortable with. A lot of people will do that. But when you're in a time of money crunch and manpower crunches, and you just don't have the same resources you used to have before, you have to change the way you do business. And so predictive maintenance is one of those things. I mean, it's done in the airline industry all the time, right? I mean, they've got predictive maintenance down, and the military is looking to those models to say, hey, how can we do that? How can we better utilize it in the military? Not only will it keep our airplanes in the air longer and keep them flying, but it'll save the downtime that sometimes they have to go in when they go to depot maintenance. But it just makes good business sense. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? We just have to work with our community partners and say, how do you do this? And what can we learn from you? And oh, by the way, sometimes the exchange is twofold. I mean, they learn from us as well. Another example is pilot training next. A lot of folks that if you're kind of tracking the military, you know that there's a pretty big pilot shortage in the military. And so it takes a long time to get a traditional pilot trained, get him, into school and in the flying hours. And we started looking at ways to make that a little bit less time, but still effective. And the Guard partnered with the Air Education and Training Command Major Command out of San Antonio to look at pilot training. And we actually had pilot training next that was out here at our Army Guard facility at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. It wasn't on an Air Force base. It was out at partnering with our Army brothers over at ABIA. And it was a pilot program, and it got introduced, and every time they're doing it, it's tweaking it. They're doing things, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, a lot of this stuff out there that is being done, and we're borrowing techniques and we're creating techniques from our community partners, because it's a new way of doing business, and it's sometimes a hard sell when you change the way you do things. It is, because you can look at education today. How people learn today in higher education is so different from 50 years ago. And so, I mean, you have to adapt in some ways. It doesn't have to take away from the quality, though. That, we are absolutely not looking to take away from quality at all. We're looking to keep the quality or make it better, but have innovative ideas and ways to do it better and more efficiently.
You're so right, General Farrell, because we think about how we're doing this now. We're not live, we're virtual. And this has definitely, stretched what people typically accept as the norm. And as you say, people aren't getting education the same way. And it's a shameless opportunity to talk about some of the things that we see going forward, because this is innovation on COVID. In fact, we globally, as IBM, have seen that this thought of learning and what it takes to really get an education, get a certification, and do work is much different. We sponsor a program and created a program called Pre-Tech. It's Pathways in Technology in Early College, High School. And there's high school students that will never go get a 4-year degree, and it only takes a 2-year degree and in the 6-year high school program that we put into place. So as you say, people are learning different. That's why we have Skills Build, which is another program that's totally virtual and using, I'm going to say the B word, blockchain certification. Those credentials, that badge that you have now been certified in this type of technology, you can do that. So when we think about the outcomes of COVID, we're all ordering things online more so than just our Amazon orders, but food, we're not, touchless transmission, touchless payments, things that are different. And so it's very exciting when I know that we have military innovation and innovators like yourself that are doing it with technology, but also with the people and process. That is this that feeling that does keep us safe when we say, are we being taken care of? Yes, the civilian soldiers and leaders such as yourself, General Farrell, honored to be talking with you today and really excited about what you've shared. Looks like we're going to go ahead and take some time now, and instead of just us talking, even though I could keep on, I've got a whole list of questions, but I'm going to put a hold on my questions. And if I can, I want to pass it back to, I think Sean and the team are going to help us moderate some questions from the audience, who I know from what I've seen. Normally you have a person in your ear, an ear mic, but now as I look, there's 10 people on the side of my screen telling me what to do. So I'll follow orders. I'll be a good soldier here. And back to you, Sean.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to keep you guys on your toes here with some questions that are coming in from the live chat. We've had a few throughout the conversation. By the way, thank you both General Farrell and to Jason for a really awesome conversation about a super, super important topic. So we have a couple questions coming from the audience. I want to start with this question here. We have a question from Ross. This one is for Jason. And Ross Schott is asking, with all of the things that you're talking about from a research perspective, are your researchers looking at using quantum systems to work with COVID and potentially even do things like testing antigens?
Absolutely. So for those that don't know, when you think of quantum computers make our standard computers look as though they're standing still. Think of a pocket calculator compared to what you have and now the highest speed Z series system that's running the highest security government system on the planet. That's what we're looking at with quantum. So just to give you a thought of, in layman's terms, what we're talking about. So absolutely, when we think of the modeling that we can put into place using quantum computing with regards to what is it, what are the potential situations, mutations of a disease, and what are the possible capabilities and configurations for a potential remedy. Now, it's easy to just point out a computer, but I tell you, none of that happens. And I joked earlier about the software. So this is with human research involved. And so, yes, our researchers who still year on year now for almost 12, 15 years have led in the number of patents. They are taking that intellectual knowledge and capability to point it at this disease so that we can find a cure for now, and then also anticipate what we may need to keep this from happening again.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, General Farrell, we have a question coming in for you from Brian Cook. You mentioned, ways that you're connecting with small businesses and startups across the state, and especially here in Austin. I think his question here is, what's the best way for those startups, for people out in the tech ecosystem, to actually connect with you all and let you know, here's a solution that we have for, the new normal of COVID?
Oh, that's a great question, and I really appreciate that. The first thing is, this week we're doing our TMDX launch out at the Capitol Factory. We've had some space out there for a while, but we're actually introducing, if you will, TMDX, Texas Military Department X, to the civilian community. So we will have office and space out there. And then also we have a website, tmd.texasgov/TMDX, which is a good way to go on and see what's going on within TMDX. And also, I'm going to throw out a name because he's sitting in the room with me, and that is our Chief Innovation Officer here at Texas Military Department, and that's Major Alex Goldberg. And he is my go-to and the TAG's go-to person in terms of, if anybody wants to connect and find out what challenges we're facing and get a foot in the door, then he will steer you in the right direction, whether it's something that the air can work on, the Army can work on, or our civilian sector. And so those are three main ways that we can connect. And I can get his email address and number to you guys as well, so that they can have a direct connection.
I'm fairly certain that almost everybody in the state knows Alex Goldberg, and if they don't, they're going to meet him eventually.
Alex Goldberg is someone I even know. The Sherpa. I wrote that down yesterday. We're taking notes. So if you need to get to something, Alex Goldberg is the first. I know that.
Yes, you guys are absolutely right. And if you don't know Alex Goldberg, you probably know Stoichi.
That's
and
right.
They're the same person, by the way. And yes, you're right. He is the guy, the go-to guy here at the Texas Military Department, that will really help connect us with the community and the community back with us, or small businesses, so we can solve problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's great to have an amazing connector like Stoichi working with you all and connecting everybody in the community. Okay, so this is a question for Major General Farrell again. This is from Welton Chase. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you all are doing to kind of resource up and modernize enterprise networks to leverage modern technologies? What is the strategy along those lines?
Well, I appreciate that question. I think that's probably, in my opinion, one of the toughest things that we have to do, not just within the TMD, but within the military. And then, as I'll tell you, a lot of our infrastructure and in terms of technology and networks that support the airmen and soldiers are fairly archaic. And the undertaking to update those and upgrade those to the needs are so much more challenging than I frankly can even comprehend sometimes. When you look at, I'm going to give an example of human resources, and that seems kind of trivial, but taking care of airmen and soldiers is just as important to me as it is to Mr. Kelly taking care of his employees. And we need to have the right systems so that we can understand who they are, where they are, what they need, make sure they get the right benefits and services, just like anything else. Corporate America has that solved, I think. And for me, and sort of my naivety, I'm like, why don't we just copy what's going on at IBM or anybody else? And it's probably a little more challenging than just that. But I will tell you that we like to look at our civilian sector to see where we can benchmark. Now, I cannot speak for the entire Department of Defense, understand. What I can speak for, though, is the Texas Military Department and partnering with folks out in the community that can help us at least meet the needs here in the state. Even though we still have DoD systems that we're attached to, obviously, there are other innovative ways I think that we can leverage technology to better serve our airmen and soldiers, and thus better serve the citizens of Texas.
I think Sean went to mute. There we go.
Thank you very much. We wouldn't be a video conference if we didn't have somebody talking on mute. So, Jason, this question is actually for you along those lines of leveraging different mechanisms. I'm sure you're familiar with the SBIR funding program, and that's become a huge mechanism for startups and small businesses. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you've seen in that area of funding mechanisms and development? How's IBM supporting that, and how are you seeing that kind of change the landscape?
Well, we like to look at ourselves as a complement to multiple funding sources. SBIR is one of those. When I say a complement, is that we bring capability for those startups. We locally, for example, with Capital Factor, we have a location at the Capital Factor. We try and put ourselves as far forward, and now I get to use a military term since I'm on with General Farrell. Just comes out, General, you have to forgive me, but the forward edge of battle. The FEMA, we're right there because that's where we're going to connect with those startups. We make sure that we sponsor capabilities and programs such as our call for code for COVID-19, where we say, listen, we have not only set the program for those to then, if you want to even call it a hackathon, it's better than that. This thought of call for code, where we then can award additional funding, $200,000 in this case, in the latest call for code for COVID-19, for those big ideas to take them forward. So that's what we tend to do, is to make sure that we are putting skin in the game by having programs as well as education. I mentioned that before, online, to enable these startups to come up to speed and also get close to our capability and technology that we have, because there's no reason for us to keep it inside our walls. And we know that an open architecture is the one that we sponsor and we promote. So that's how we like to, let's say, complement those types of programs.
Yeah, that's awesome. General Farrell, can you comment on that with SBIR and how TMDX is leveraging SBIR funding?
Oh yes, we're a big fan of and partner with SBIR funding. We have sponsored multiple companies in phase 1 and phase 2 SBIR grants. The beauty of doing that is not only do they help us solve a problem, but there's also matching funds that come from, in this case, the big Air Force that really helps the small business in terms of doing whatever kinds of research they have to do to get where they need to be and to help us solve the problems. So we've got some pretty exciting things going on. I'll give you an example with in solving a problem when you're looking at, a prevalent problem in the military. I'm going to use the Air Force as an example since we fly airplanes, and that is, airplane parts. Unfortunately, our fleet of aircraft are older than they've ever been before, and sometimes require, more maintenance, more aircraft parts. And frankly, there's some places that not only can you not really even get the aircraft part, but if you can, it has to be built and that sort and sent, and it's a very cumbersome thing. And guess what? We leveraged with some companies to look at the possibility of 3D printing aircraft parts. Now, for those that are not familiar with 3D printing, as I was not a few years ago, I was just like, what? But the reality of it is there are many multiple parts of an airplane that can be 3D printed right at the shop, right at the maintenance shop, if you've got the right technology and you've got the right mechanisms in place to ensure that they're quality, obviously. And so we are partnering with folks to do that, to not only create the parts and to standard, but also get them certified. And so, what does that do? Not only does that put the maintenance right back, in the shops where the experts are, but it saves time and frankly, it saves a lot of money. And so those are the kinds of things that we are looking at CIBR doing. And that's just a big example of, Major Goldberg will talk about this a little bit later in one of his panels, but also, 3D printing of buildings. Again, if you're not familiar with 3D printing of buildings, it's almost unheard of in terms of understanding, but we're going to have some of that done. We're partnering with a company. We're having some of that done right here. We're going to have some buildings 3D printed out at Camp Swift, which is down in Bastrop, and it's going to be really exciting because they're going to be able to work with us. What do you need in a facility? What does it need to look like? The basic infrastructure for that, and then going from there. That is all working with small business and innovative ideas out there that we have worked with over the last few years and say, here's a need we have. How can you help us? And then partnering, and then again, the CIBR is just a way to help ease the pain, if you will, on the amount of money it takes to actually develop some of those ideas.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting stuff. And I think you talked a lot about Texas serving Texans, and I know we have such a robust tech community across the state, not just here in Austin, but in Dallas and Houston and San Antonio. That notion of Texans helping Texas, Texans serving Texans. How can we, as average citizens, step up in this fight against COVID? And what's a way for us to pitch in? What recommendations do you have for kind of just the viewers who are watching who may or may not have a great idea, but they just want to get involved?
Yeah, I think that, that's a great question. We, again, in the Texas Guard, we have citizens that are serving in the Guard. So we're already out there in the communities living and serving and working, right next with our neighbors. So a lot of times, just talking with folks like that we just work with every day, maybe I work in a civilian, maybe I work for IBM during, full time, and then I do the traditional Guard drill, but also just reaching out. And, if you're a citizen or you're a small business owner or somebody with an idea and you think, wow, that seems to be a problem, I've got an idea to solve it. And I'll just use, PPE as an example. Obviously, personal protective equipment was at a shortage to begin with. There were probably millions of different ideas out there that we were able to capture some of it, but maybe not all of it. And that's just in Texas. That's just with the governor's task force. That's just us. But there were other ideas out there because you could see where PPE production across the nation increased in a lot of different innovative ways. Sometimes maybe you put, you took 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And to me, I think a lot of it was about educating the public about the different types of PPE and what they mean. This is for our emergency health workers that need it for full protection. This is used for this. This is used for this. So not only developing the product, but also communicating to the citizens what the purpose is and how it's different from something else. And in the case of us, one of our 3D printing companies that we were partnered with, we actually partnered with them to shift from printing airplane parts to printing 3D printing masks for the airmen and soldiers within the Texas Military Department, because we didn't want to contribute to the shortage, right? We wanted to be part of the solution. And so we're not going to go take away from, we're going to use our own resources with our civilian partner to create that. So I hope that answers your question. But we just, from my perspective, I just like to capture the ideas, and if you've got an idea, we'll figure out where to put, we'll figure out what bucket to put it in terms of making it come to fruition.
And Sean, it's worth noting that that doesn't stop with where we're at right now in the current crisis. There is eventually going to be a return to the workplace phase of this, and as people return, there's going to be even more concerns, even more needs, even more innovation needed. So, underlining that question is one that says, yes, just as General Farrell pointed out, you can get involved and be ready to be involved for the long haul, because we are just in the first half of what I think is going to be a long game and a long play.
Yeah, and that's a great point. You actually brought up a lot of really interesting points about what IBM is doing to train, even high school students as they're looking to college and beyond. Can you put on your kind of like predict the future hat and suggest what are the technologies that young people should be engaging in, learning about? What are some of the domains that you think will be those future technologies that we're going to need to have know-how about? And Jason, you can answer that question, or General Farrell.
First, I'll build off of your question and pass it to General Farrell with regard to what I mentioned with our P-Tech program and also our Skills Build program, which is online and free to anyone who wants to learn. We made those bets years ago with now 150,000 students in the program, over 200 schools. And we partner. That's not just IBM. We partner with other companies, and it's a private public partnership in all of those. So we made a bet then that the future workforce with 700,000 jobs going unanswered every year, tech jobs going unanswered, we know that has to change. And so we invested before that. We know that we have a very, very, and I would like to say the best education system on the planet in the form of the military. I believe that the soldiers that we have and the warfighters become the best groomed and prepared and mentored future workforce of where we need to go with regards to talent. And then your last point is, what are the future technologies? It's easy to call out technologies that right now I could, artificial intelligence, which we call augmented intelligence, because ultimately there's a human that's going to use that. Internet of Things, blockchain, these things that work with data, anything touching data is going to be key. And then with regards to, what should they be studying and what should they be looking to do? What's going to be needed isn't here now. We don't know what that is. What we want them to be is mentally prepared to go for the long haul and to be innovative, to be collaborative, to work with others, to be diverse, accepting, and never being satisfied for second best. And thus it kind of leaps me back toward one of the best preparatory schools on the face of the planet, which is our U.S. military.
Absolutely. General Farrell?
So I'll tap on that, and I'll do a shameless plug for the military in terms of having folks join, whether it's active duty, guard, reserve, to get some of those skill sets. But also I want to touch on, what you said about data and in data-driven decision-making, which is, a lot of people live and breathe that every day, but many people do not. They rely on intuition or gut or different things. I think that you have to look at data and you have to see what's coming down the pike so that you can plan for it. You have to know what's coming, if you will. And if you're not sure what the answer is, and that's when you collaborate. That's when you reach out. I mean, no one person or entity organization has the answers, right? But you can't let the surprise, kind of take you off track. I'll give an example. A very good friend of mine is a president of a college here in Texas. And we were talking a few weeks ago about COVID and the impact. And you guys know that education is having to make a lot of decisions about the future, classroom instruction, all those sorts of things. And my colleague was working very hard to gather information. And I went to grad school with her, and she jokingly said in exasperation one day, "They didn't teach us this in grad school." And she's exactly right. They did not teach the future president of this college to know what to do in here. So what does she do? She has to collaborate with the community. She has to bring in the experts to help her with the decision making. Give me the data. I've never faced this before. It's not a pride thing. It's I need help in making these decisions. And I think every organization entity is the same way. here at the Texas Military Department, we're not proud. We need help in solving some of our problems. We need to reach out, and we want you to reach out with our community, our corporate, and our small business partners to help us. That's what innovation is all about in my mind.
Absolutely. I think you said it really well. Just if you're not sure what to work on, just collaborate. And that is something that, as a former classroom teacher and, having been working in tech for the last 10 years, it goes without saying here at Capital Factory and at hubs like ours and places around Texas where these things are happening, find somebody who's working on something really challenging and help them. I think that's a key for us. And I think something that, you all in your work have definitely seen. So I think that's about all the time that we have here. So thank you both, Jason and General Farrell, for your time today. Really appreciate you guys being here.
It was my pleasure. Thanks for the invitation.
Thanks to you, Capital Factory, as well as Deloitte for hosting this.
Yep, absolutely. All righty. So thanks again for the conversations, and to everybody who's tuned in online for the questions that you've been dropping in the chat. We'll have more time for questions later for some of our other sessions. And so at this point, I'd like to introduce Joshua Baer, founder and CEO of Capital Factory, and we will be back shortly thereafter.
My name's Josh Baer, the founder and CEO of Capital Factory. I'm heading over to the networking section. Come talk to me and other attendees there.
Your finger dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na. I must say oh na-na-na. Have all bad days oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. God knows I need you oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Ever your beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is na-na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. We have a madness, oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love, oh na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you, oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. They put us together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever never enough. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back. We hope that you made some meaningful connections during our first networking segment. You will have time later on to do that again, so no worries if you didn't get to meet everybody. And so we're going to be moving right along into our next panel discussion featuring Army, Air Force, and TMDX representatives, touching base on the process of pivoting DoD innovations to help find COVID solutions. As a reminder to all of our participants joining us today, feel free to drop a question in the chat, and our guest expert moderator, Melly, who I will introduce in just a moment, will ask those questions to panelists during our Q&A segment. With that, it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Melly Price, co-founder and managing director here at Capital Factory. Welcome, Melly.
Thank you, Sean. What a great event. Thank you to Major General Don Farrell and to IBM's Jason Kelly for that opening panel. For myself, that was extremely insightful to learn more about the Texas Military Department, how they're serving Texans. I admittedly didn't know all the detail about their purpose and when they're called to action and how they work. So good education for me. And thanks to Jason for sharing insights about how IBM is working with our startup ecosystem as well. So our panel topic now is going to be pivoting DoD innovation organizations to find COVID solutions. Myself, I am a co-founder of Capital Factory. I've also spent the last 4 years in my role as executive director of commercialization at the Dell Medical School at the University of Texas at Austin. And I'm actually currently leading a team that's doing COVID immunology research. So it's exciting for me, for my startup universe, to be uniting with my health research universe, and couldn't be more excited about having this conversation. We've got some fantastic folks on this panel today. Colonel Joe Bookard, who's the director of the Rapid Equipping Force, and Jason Rathje, who's the director at AFWERX. And then, of course, the famous or infamous, I'm not sure, Alex Goldberg, who's the Chief Innovation Officer at the Texas Military Department. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Hey, given that I don't live in your universe and the risk of me introducing you could be disastrous, I'm going to ask each of you to spend about a minute just sharing a little bit about yourself and your background to give context for the audience. Colonel Bookard, would you please kick us off?
Yes, good afternoon, Supernova. Before I begin, I'd like to thank you, Melly Price, for moderating today's event, and also Kevin Landtroop for inviting me to participate here today. I'm Colonel Joe Bookard. I'm the director of the Army's Rapid Equipping Force, where we're one of the Army's leads for quickly identifying and procuring immediate material solutions to meet urgent warfighter requirements. So really, we're experts in technology maturation from the concept to service phases. So how this works, problems come from across Army units, across the globe, Middle East, Europe, Africa, Pacific, and mobilized Guard units. And on some occasions, directed by Army senior leaders. Most recently, during our support to the COVID-19 back in early March, we partnered with industry and other Army organizations to quickly provide a thermal fever screening system across 15 Army installations in a little less than 5 weeks. So with dedicated partnerships, within the military and Army industry, our team, Army Ref, we're problem solvers where we come together and leverage the military and industry and commercial partners to develop a commercial solution, a solution. So in the solutions in this particular case was here stateside in the United States, where we typically don't work. And we work really across the globe, in those other geographical regions. So that's just a little bit about me and our organization. And thanks again for allowing me to share.
Thank you for joining us. Jason.
Yes, so I echo Colonel Booker and saying thank you for having us and hosting, a series of discussions regarding this extremely important topic. For me, it's really rewarding because my background in coming to where I am today definitely was influenced by one of Colonel Bookard's predecessors over in the Rapid Equipping Force, and I come from a long line of Army officers. Obviously, I went to the Air Force, so I lesson learned from my family's experience. But it's a really cool coming together of multiple different organizations that have really been in the same space, trying to tackle similar problems and learning from each other. So I'm Jason Rathje. I'm the director of AFWERX, which is a division of AFWERX. If you've worked with us at AFWERX on our SIBR programs before, our STTR programs, or anything that we do that touches the procurement world in the technology innovation space, we've formalized that under a division now called AFWERX. So a lot of the same faces and names that you've dealt with in the past, just a new name for the organization itself. What our focus has been is really in acting as the department's commercial investment arm. So we look towards multiple investment vehicles to support investing in companies who are what we consider in the non-traditional space, understanding what their business models are, their commercial development strategies to develop products and services for the commercial sector, and find ways to invest in the companies and their development efforts to be able to build and catalyze those products and services that are going to help to affect the national security and Air Force mission sets. A lot of our work, which I'm excited to talk about in a little bit, has directly influenced our response to COVID-19 as well. And I'm happy to report that many of the companies that we've worked with over the last 2 years have been instrumental in the nation's response to COVID-19. And so really happy to be here and share those lessons and hear back from you all as to ways that we can continue to improve what we do and be better partners with industry.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining us, Jason. Really appreciate your time today. Alex.
Hey, Millie.
Tell us about you, Stoiky.
Stoiky, Alex. I go by a lot, but I appreciate you having me here. A little bit about my background. I enlisted back in September 20th, 2001. So it's been a little bit that I've been in the National Guard the entire time, right after 9/11, and just days before I started, classes at UCLA, and I joined because I just wanted to have an impact, especially after that challenging time in our nation's history, and I just wanted to be the change that I wanted to see in the world. Often you look at others to step in and to serve their community or nation. Or state, and in this case, that was the kind of event of how I wanted to put my life force and to make an impact. I really enjoyed the experience. So after enlisting and graduating, I ended up being selected to be a pilot, and I've been fortunate to fly F-16s and actually got the opportunity for the first half of my career doing the Noble Eagle mission, which is protecting the United States. We have aircraft 24/7 that's on alert to protect the United States, and they're all in the National Guard. Right now, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer of the Texas Military Department and the Managing Director of our new Joint Innovation Unit called TMDX. I've had the opportunity to do several fellowships and education experiences. Gone to the Stanford Graduate School of Business, fellowships with the National Security Innovation Network. I'm a DARPA fellow, DARPA being the Advanced Research Project Agency. And really our organization of TMDX is about how do you tap into the National Guard, right? Which is a third of our Army and a third of the Air Force. And in Texas, we are the largest in the nation. We have everything from F-16s to C-130s to pretty much everything in the entire Army arsenal. And how do we leverage that to tap into the innovation of our communities? How do we inspire them? How do we engage them? How do we support them? Our airmen and soldiers who have really great ideas, they're out in the field, they understand the challenges, but they also recognize the unique opportunities to improve and to be better. And how do we provide them those pathways to bring their ideas to fruition? For academia and industry, how do we support them as well? Connect them with whether it be, from Air Force Ventures and funding, where we have partnered with over 30 companies that have received over $150 million of SBIR, right? Partnered with the Texas Military Department, and happy to go down any one of those threads. But bottom line, grateful for the opportunity to be a part of the panel, have a tremendous amount of respect for my colleagues on the panel, and look forward to discussion with the community and where they want to take it.
Well, thank you. As I promised, we have quite an esteemed panel. Personally, I'd like to thank you all for your service and for your commitment to connecting with the innovation ecosystem. The last few years of my life with you all in our Capital Factory ecosystem has really brought my respect to the work that you all do and how much innovation you stimulate within the ecosystem. So really loving this collaboration. And I think the conversation today, specifically around COVID and this new world order that we're living in, is a great opportunity for the strengths of what our defense innovation ecosystem has to offer and the strengths of what the private sector have to offer is a super opportunity for us to put all of this in a very directional motion with some momentum. So with that, I'd like to kick off the conversation, and just for the audience, because we do have quite a mixed level of military understanding, entrepreneurial understanding. I did beg these guys to go light on the acronyms because they'll lose me. But with that, I'd like to ask Colonel Booker to kick us off, because my understanding is that your role with this Rapid Equipping Force, which I imagine is REF, is it like the ref? Are you the ref? Awesome. Okay, so with the Rapid Equipping Force, your job, as I understand it, is that it's on you to make sure that our forces have the material and support that they need when they need it. And I can only imagine that in the times of COVID, your work's been profoundly impacted. Share a little bit with us about exactly how that impact, has shown up. And because as entrepreneurs, we're always looking for the right problems to solve. So what's shown up and what's eating your lunch these days?
Melly, a lot of great initiative from our U.S. small businesses. Typically for the Army REF, we focus over lines of efforts that deal with autonomous unmanned vehicles and systems, counter-autonomous systems, anti-drones, communications, electronic warfare, and artificial intelligence. But for this particular threat, it came about as, rather quickly as we were pivoted overseas, typically where we are with the deployed warfighters. So tasked by Army senior leaders to quickly identify capability that could rapidly identify elevated body temperatures. Simple. Part of the early phases of not determining if an individual entering a military facility was positive COVID, but to identify at least one of the symptoms, which was an elevated body temperature. So what we've learned during this impact is that internally to the REF, a more deliberate focus on our virtual desktop for the workforce. Because, in the Army, similar to the other services, it's a hands-on business. So when you have soldiers and warfighters and airmen, not able to do the typical business of entering a military facility without being rapidly scanned, organizations like the Army REF, identify capability. And what I've learned personally is that inside the U.S.'s ecosystem, those small businesses have a lot of great ideas. So how do you share the problems, at least for the Army, to get involved with a small business that's never partnered or never worked with DOD? That was and a lot of great ideas, but those businesses, some did not have a clue really on how to make that initial connection. Whether or not it was, overwhelming or just, what we learned is just a very basic administrative work. But again, I think supporting the Army in this nature of what we're doing in terms of COVID, it places emphasis on the types of equipment we've identified. So for a thermal fever screener, right, so more that we can limit face-to-face connection with the vendor and the operator during the training, meaning that at the point of use on that piece of equipment, it has the ability to do tutorials. It has the ability to train the soldier remotely without bringing the soldier to the vendor together. That was a lesson that we recognize and that we're placing a deliberate emphasis on and ensuring that the virtual operator training is just as important as a face-to-face in-person training. And as I talk to small businesses and businesses overall, is that if I'm deployed to Afghanistan or deployed overseas, right, the ability to quickly connect, is not how you think it is, even in the terms of software integration. So at the point of use on that device, if I have the embedded software and an embedded tutorial where the operator can quickly do self-training, and then when required, reach back, for higher level training, and then, that's the way to go for us. That's one of the top lessons that we learned on this few cases.
Thank you. So clearly impact on how you move the human side of the force around. I know just in my everyday life, trying to get a bag of rice was hard. So I can only imagine trying to move logistical assets around. As I think about, the entrepreneurs that are listening and trying to think about how we can create solutions, would you mind sharing a little bit about some of the logistical challenges and supply chain challenges that have happened in the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, again, what I would say is that the ability to communicate virtually, it's paramount, because based on the conditions outside of the military installation, so the conditions in your state, may warrant a separate level of health protection or force protection level than we have on installation. But on the installation, we always do our best to mirror it, but we put the soldiers in mind, the soldiers' safety in mind. So typically where we would travel to a vendor, touch, feel, take a look at the equipment, see it in an operational use, over the last 2 months, really 2.5 months, that has not been done that way, only on a case-by-case basis. So the ones who were able to virtually demonstrate, to a high level of readiness, not maturity readiness, but to a high level of conceptual readiness to how the system can be employed, were great sellers. I think about the ultraviolet light detection for sanitization, right? So in order to be
something as simple as like 3D printed masks, right? Like everybody that could is trying to do that.
Yeah. So and we challenged some vendors, who were on a due course, businesses on a due course to a good product that has not been updated in some time, and now it's required an open in architecture, at least for a militarized use. Is that have an ability to to pivot on the given problem, is a key indicator for success for us to do business with them.
Yeah, great. Well, Jason, switching to you for a bit, you've got this really wonderful intersection of research. You've spent the last 4 years studying the intersection of entrepreneurship and innovation combined with national security. I know from my own academic ecosystem that research is often very insightful. It can be on the leading edge of identifying some trends, but then it is not always helpful in the immediate moment where there's tactical complications and whatnot. So the lessons you learned pre-COVID, are they holding up in the face of COVID? What are some of the things that you learned over the last 3 years, and how has that been impacted by COVID when it comes to innovation and national security?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, my background is heavily academic in nature, but prior to going back to school to study these items full time, I was in the Air Force as an engineer, as a flight test engineer, and then as a program manager in acquisitions. And so I think, when you're in the space that the panelists are in now, having that connection between, both allowing for time to focus and study commercial, as well as those experiences, and OTJ hands-on from a procurement perspective in the force, wearing a uniform, certainly provides an interesting mix. And my experiences, as all of ours have, influenced what we're interested in and what we spend time doing going forward. So I mean, from our perspective, on the AFWERX AFVentures side, a lot of the work that we've been doing for the last 2 years is derived from research. I mean, if you look at our open topic program, which we executed most recently with our joint partners in the beginning of this year, that is all derived from a number of academic journal articles, working with a number of economists and finance professors. My own focus is in applied economics. And so we've derived a lot of this from prior research. I mean, the open topic that we use, we stole from the Brits. Smaller dollar contract awards with quicker timelines to rapidly prototype, evaluate, and make decisions and scale investment. We took that from research that was done in the Department of Energy's SBIR program, matched investment, syndicating investment with venture capital, with other government partners. That was stolen from the NIH and the NSF. So, we utilize multiple vehicles in order to pull together a program that we think fits the needs of what the Air Force is looking for in our joint services. COVID has certainly shown that these mechanisms work in a focused environment to an extent. And I'm going to be very candid with the audience today. The way we operate, generally speaking, is we know that companies have their own ideas, and innovators and entrepreneurs have their own ideas on how they can tackle problems. And our whole organization exists to listen to ideas and continue to scale investment in those that we think have market traction on the Air Force side. When the pandemic hit, we were asked to shift resources to focus on pandemic response for the Air Force, and that grew over the last few months to support pandemic response for joint and interagency partners. And so even on Friday of this week, we released a solicitation for proposals on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services, which is now available on our AFWERX website. But in that regard, when you're working with organizations outside of kind of what we all think is the innovation ecosystem, there's a big education process that occurs. And I think what we all need to collectively do throughout this process is not only think, hey, just because it's been successful in this key area and we believe it can be successful in responding to emergent or disruptive crises, it does take a level of education and resources to invest in helping the rest of the government understand the work that is going on here in the innovation ecosystem. I mean, I think we all know that this group of individuals is really tightly connected, and we try to do these outreach activities with the commercial sector, and often we have to do it with our own internal organizations as well. And so I think everybody on the panel can attest to having those discussions over time and trying to work with our partners, especially in the interagency community, because I've been incredibly impressed with how the national security sector has responded to the crisis at hand, as the military is known to do. I mean, we are an organization that responds to crises, right? You look at the National Guard, you look at our active duty personnel. I mean, that the organization is set up to respond in these environments, and we're bringing on other partners as well. So certainly, it's something that I think has been a space for us to learn how to respond to these pandemics or these types of crises in the future. But I do want to, kind of end on a high note. When we released a open call for ideas, but related specifically to COVID-19, we received 3,700 responses from industry within about 2 months, which and nobody's been able to dispute this claim yet, but is the largest market research ever done in the history of the federal government, right? So I mean, the ability of just saying, hey, we are listening, we're interested in what you're doing, and we're interested in how you want to tackle these problems, and then finding those ideas. Certainly 3,700 companies aren't going to get funded, but a number of efforts were funded, and you look at a lot of the companies that we do business with today, responding both in directly from a pharmaceutical perspective, but also responding on 3D printed masks. I think we printed off tens of thousands of masks, developed tens of thousands of gallons of hand sanitizers with non-traditional manufacturers, all the way through digital. Working with companies to do predictive trend analysis, right? I mean, companies that would be interested in national security pivoting to support the pandemic response. We have a couple portfolio companies that have received cyber contracts in the past through us that immediately jumped in and were helping commanders and medical providers understand what was happening in their worlds, both local and international, and being able to allow our war fighters the ability to respond in an ever-changing pandemic situation. So I've been really impressed. I knew we would all be really impressed, but I've been really impressed with just how industries responded to the pandemic, seeking ways to help, seeking ways to get involved. And that's certainly come through in great color. So,
well, the educational piece to me just can't be, it's so impactful. And I say this as somebody, my background, I'm an 8-time entrepreneur. I've built and sold 4 companies. And I come from the startup ecosystem that we live in Capital Factory. And, my own calling about 4 years ago was I wanted to go into helping the health technology space. And so I spent the last 4 years in the University of Texas system, which is that's the largest bureaucratic system I've worked in. And, the first 3.5 years, I'm like, relative to entrepreneurship, this stuff is slow. And then COVID hit, and I saw fantastic response from the bureaucratic machine that everybody thinks can't move very quickly. We saw, IRBs approved in record time. We saw safety protocols put into place in order to be able to do research within the university. The project I'm leading is with a neuroimmunologist, Dr. Esther Malamed, who's actually looking at the longitudinal immunological response to COVID, right? So there's that triage moment where everybody says, oh my gosh, we have to keep people from getting sick and reduce death. Now we're in this interesting phase where we're realizing this disease process is devastating to the human body. And what are the long-term consequences, and what's the impact on, our people and our systems? And the tools that have been developed over, I don't know how many years, decades in the DoD around, SBIR funding and things that have been put into motion now can really fund figuring out that longitudinal piece, because we're just at the tip of the iceberg of understanding really what's going on, right? We're in triage mode. So you all do that really well. Obviously, Alex, I want to get to you, and the Texas Military Department and its role in responding here in Texas has been at the forefront of that. I know as the Chief Innovation Officer of the Texas Air National Guard, you kind of have this bird's eye view into the Texas ecosystem, and I think, dare I say, Texas as a model of responsiveness in the nation. Like, what have we learned? There's been great response, and there's been some not great response. And the data is kind of showing us. Would you share a little bit about your perspective on that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, your Texas National Guard, like the rest of the military, we defend our country and our interests abroad. But we have a unique mission, and that is really to protect our community and our state, right? Not only do we respond to the president, but we also support and we are, in essence, when the first responders call 911, that's when we come in. And from our perspective, when the governor stood up the strike force for procurement, which really stood up because this was unlike any other disaster that we've seen almost since World War I and World War II, where logistical chains were absolutely crumbling. And many of the challenges that we faced, whether it's diagnostic testing, logistical support, converting hospitals, hotels into hospitals, and everything in between, overextended what the state was able to do. And obviously, this is going to be a long-term extended mission. Now, most of the guard, right, 80%, 90%, we actually have full-time jobs in the community. We actually work in industry. We work at Google and Apple and Facebook and NASA and in hospitals and universities like Texas A&M, UT, and Rice, and everything in between. And so how do we take those citizen soldier skill sets, right? We're part-time in the military, kind of full-time in our community. We have a very vested interest, and we have these partnerships that we've literally have hundreds of years of head start in these or other organizations, from Texas A&M and the Texas Department of Emergency Management to everything that we have as a state. Now it's a matter of how do we leverage academia and industry and partner in ways not previously seen, right? This is a whole of community, a whole of state, a whole of nation approach. And as from Jason, this really is about the DoD moving faster. General Hayden, who is now the Deputy Joint Chief of Staff, the number 2 in the entire military. He gave a speech a couple years ago, and he basically said the thing that keeps him up at night is not Russia or China or North Korea or Iran. The thing that keeps him up at night is, as a nation, we've lost the ability to go fast. And that's where Army Futures Command and AFWERX and DIU and Ensign and the rest of the DoD innovation ecosystem, that's where we've all come in, right? How do we tap into the innovation of our community? How do we bring that entrepreneurial, spirit? Venture capital, right? For every $1 we used to spend in R&D, industry used to spend 50 cents. Now, in today's dollars, in 2020, for every $1 we spend, industry spends $8. So when it comes down to diagnostic companies, we leverage all of the different, program agencies. From our perspective, we're the Sherpas. And so from AFWERX, 70% of AFWERX Austin are Texas Guardsmen. Many of the folks that are in Army Futures Command, the CIO of Army Futures Command is a Texas Guardsman. The director for Ensign, right, is a Texas Guardsman. And it's not just about Texas Guardsmen, it's about Guard Nation. We have bases and facilities in every small and large city across the country. We have state partners in Texas, it's Chile, the Czech Republic, and Egypt. And we've been collaborating with our international partners, as well as the citizen soldier skill sets. Many of the heads of hospitals are actually Guardsmen on the front line. And so what have we learned through even the 20.R, the small business innovation research that Jason was just talking about? We had sponsored 20 companies. Many of them were given to us from DARPA that were actually companies here locally in Austin and throughout the country, right? It's not just about Texas. We're looking to find the best and the brightest technologies, as well as academia and citizens to partner alongside us, to work with us. Look, we can't do it all, right? And from Colonel Burkin and Jason, we need to be able to, we don't know what we don't know, right? We need to get out of the echo chambers that is the DoD. And from our perspective, because we are in both worlds, the Guard is uniquely positioned to help be those Sherpas. Look, the bureaucracy of the DoD is still the bureaucracy of the DoD. We may have, other agencies, we have different contract vehicles, but look, it's still Mount Everest. The question is, can we provide, from our perspective, how do we provide you access to people and facilities and equipment? You want to do predictive maintenance? Right, come to us. From DARPA, we'll talk about COVID specifically. There's a program called World Modelers at DARPA. It's actually led by UT Austin, the Texas Advanced Computing Center. And so we leverage them and their decision-making tools to look at water treatment facilities around Texas to be able to help diagnose, projecting where the actual disease is starting anew or when it may be retreating.
Is that the same group that's doing the AI risk predictive work around COVID?
It's actually a separate organization at TACC, but they are collaborating with each other. There's also some really impactful diagnostic testing. So from DARPA, right, that have reached out to us here, we were able to find a couple companies that are not looking for antibodies. They're looking for the RNA. Yeah. And literally from a saliva-based test, anywhere between $1 to $5. There's multiple different companies looking at different things, whether it's looking at the different curvature of the DNA to many different other aspects. And look, many of those can be game changers, where the results can range anywhere from almost instantaneously to 10 to 15 minutes. That's point of care that you can do at your house, right? We have done hundreds of thousands of tests, Guardsmen on the front line for COVID testing. Handed out tens of millions of food and helped shelter during this time. So how do we find those companies? To include one of the companies from Air Force Ventures, we have 2 companies that have won a Strat 5. It's a strategic phase 2. These are strategic bets that the Air Force is taking on to really game-changing technology. One is 3D printing buildings and helping with the shelter crisis. The other piece is a company called Ascensium. They were printing parts for our F-16 and our C-130. We had them pivot to print masks. We collaborated with them to get an FDA EUA approval. And now we have those masks for our first responders and our military folks, like I said, the front line. It's all about into that community. And we have bases and personnel all over the state. And we want those relationships. We need your help, the entire DoD. And what we can provide, like I said, is access to our people, facilities, and equipment to help inspire, engage, and support the community to help us solve those national security challenges.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you, Stoichi. On the testing conversation, it's fascinating, right? We've got to strike the balance between broad testing at a low enough cost that we can do it repeatedly, but then within each of the tests that are at least on the market, there's specificity and sensitivity that yield, false positives or false negatives, and then what's the strategy for how you follow up on that? And, at a state level, we're obviously getting criticism for our response to COVID. And I think we have a really unique opportunity to lead around, given just the magnitude of our state, how do you do these things at scale? We have some unique challenges given our size and our geographical distribution. I mean, we're an enormous state, yet all eyes are upon us for how we solve that problem. So, innovation like pooled saliva testing, right? How do you use these existing products that are EUA approved or FDA approved from a long time ago and potentially leverage them for a different use? And is the Texas Military Department looking at different testing modalities that aren't the traditional PCR swab and serology-based antibody study?
Absolutely. I'll give you two examples here in Texas. One from Dallas from a company called World.io, and one here in Austin called Sensei. So what Worlds does is it actually looks at your breath. It's able to detect the 40 different unique biomarkers that are in your breath for COVID. And right now we've connected them with the Wright-Patterson, the Air Force Research Lab, and currently doing positive testing here on breathalyzer. And there's a number of solutions that are kind of going down that avenue. But yeah, these are unique modalities that we haven't looked at before, but could usher in this new era of extremely cheap, ubiquitous testing that we can have at every building, sporting event, to really open up the economy. Now, Sensei, there's a lot of research that neurologically, right, this disease has many, different aspects and manifests in different ways, from blood clotting to neurological manifestations. And in that particular case, they're looking at your eye, and they're able to detect a whole number of things that we're looking at the Air Force, from cognitive load to short-term and long-term memory to stress, to even substance abuse and PTSD, all the way to, in this case, they're able to detect unique biomarkers for those that have these neurological symptoms. Now, when does it actually able to detect it, right? Are you already able to pass it? The sensitivity, the specificity, and the sensitivity. Those things are still in development, but we've connected them with our research labs. We're giving them access to our folks, at least in the DoD. We're doing testing of our personnel quite a bit as we are out in the field as well. So being able to access patients, we were able to give them contingent purchase orders from the state of Texas, right? So that they can actually go get financing to actually help them get to EUA approval. So this is the ways in which we are modeling how we can interact with academia, industry, and the DoD, with our other government partners, to really get after it. But those are just two examples, man.
Great. And we also have one of the 5 EUA approved 100% sensitivity, 100% specificity antibody tests is Babson Diagnostics, which is an Austin-based company. That's amazing nationally. All right, we're going to pivot to some questions from the audience. We have a whole bunch of them. Let me see here. Let's start with, Jason, I think for you, there's a question about how do you, I think this is relevant for each of you, right? We're in COVID time, so things are focused on COVID, but how do you balance sourcing, opportunities and innovations that are COVID focused versus not taking your eye off the longer term goal for AFWERX and, your various initiatives?
I mean, it's a great question, because we always have mission, but we had mission expansion with COVID-19. We've had requirements, as we like to call them, level up in the military that were maybe lower priority that are now greater priority. Commercial telework. We've been working on commercial telework, working on IT solution sets across the military apparatus for years. And from what I've seen, a lot of that work has really risen to the next level. We have to work in a socially distanced environment, a socially distant world. And so, for us, and I'm sure every other organization that's dealing with this, it's just been I'd like to say, we've come up with this really great strategy to maximize the efficient use of time, but basically it's like you had your, 10-hour day before, and now you've got another 10-hour day added on. So, you now you work 20 hours a day, and that's kind of how the team's been responding in this environment. And it's an interesting type of way to have to do both mission and work COVID. I will say, from an investment thesis perspective, we invest exactly the same way. We try to understand requirements from the field, COVID or non-COVID related, and invest in those technologies that meet requirements, right? Because for us, and I think you've heard a couple of great stories about it today. For us, we invest in companies who are producing technologies that we need, and we scale investment based upon our belief that there's some pathway to recurring revenue for the company inside Fed, inside the national security apparatus. That's important for us. It's important for companies. We don't want to do one-off investments. We're not interested in, pops of sugar or a little bit of non-recurring. We're interested in building long-term relationships with you as a company. And I think, our investment thesis is exactly the same. We increased the amount of investment we pushed out earlier this year in order to get a lot more money out into the economy, to be frank, to keep companies working through the pandemic, working on tough problem sets. Some of those were COVID specific, many were not. Many were Department of Defense specific, and we'll continue to do what we can to support companies who are interested in working with both sides of that equation.
Awesome. So we've got about 4 minutes left, and we're going to try to get through a couple of questions here. So keep responses brief. I thought this was a great question. Obviously, you all help your organizations, your individual organizations, move faster, think smarter, and equip men and women of the military. How do you cooperate, and do you strategize together between your organizations? Is there collaboration? And maybe if the answer is no, what's an area of possible collaboration?
Yeah, so I can take that that way. So in many of our ways, right, especially from the National Guard, like we have people in the air and the Army, and we have people in AFWERX and Army Futures Command and DIU and all the other elements. We do talk, right? And one of the things that is great about the Capital Factory is that many of all these organizations are co-located, right? The Army Applications Lab, AFWERX, DIU, the Texas Military Department, Innovation Unit, right? TMDX, NGA's Innovation Outpost. And so we do talk every other week to share many of those lessons learned. When we do find companies that are impactful, we do share those lessons. There are portals that are not shown to the public that we do have access, that we do keep profiles on many of these companies. The lessons learned, the impactful technology, and some of the things that, lessons learned that we need to avoid, right? It's very often a company comes to AFC and they're not interested, or they had a bad experience, and then they come to the Air Force, and vice versa. We're collaborating now on small business innovation research. 20.1 was a joint SBIR between the Air and the Army, right? Many of the folks in the Air and the Army, right, work collaboratively together, even civilians in the workforce. So yes, collaboration can always be better. The ecosystem is a relatively new thing. Everyone has their own focus areas that they're really going after, that they're funding. But many of these applications, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cybersecurity, they have applicability across the range.
Absolutely.
And I think it will get better, but we have a very good, head start.
Yeah, I would add, similar to all, is that it's relatively new. So although in some sectors it's very mature, but when we're sharing it across the service boundaries or across, from private to public to DOD, that's less mature. So what we're describing now is the education piece. And Jason brought up a very good point. The more we can educate about what we're doing and how the process is improving, those 3,700, bids that came back, that's that 80% of the 20% of untapped potential that we hadn't used yet in this particular area, because we're focused on modernization priorities. So if your good idea is not one of those priorities, it doesn't mean that it's not a good idea. It's just that at the current time, it's not a priority for the services at any given point. So I think more we talk openly about it and share across the service boundaries, but educate the folks that we need to get information from, we'll be doing great.
We've got time for one last question, and I've seen several along this theme. Colonel Booker, this was asked of you related to your comment about UV. Are there military standards or requirements available to socialize? And how might a company who's not yet military qualified be able to reach in, find a qualified vendor or partner that could go collaborate, show them UV tech, and maybe go in through a door that's already established to expedite the process?
I'd say for the sake of time, quickly, www.ref.mil. That's me. Contact me directly, and we'll follow up with you. So far as a military standard, speaking for the Army, what we've learned is that partnering with JPOE, the Joint Program Executive Office for Chemical, Biological, and Radiological, there's not a said standard. We have white papers that we're reviewing. One for information from a Rice professor that Heidi Maupin from ARL South has provided us with is to help start that standardization of that particular device for UVC technology. We do know it's helpful. We do know it's on military installations, but it's not a fielded item across all of the services. So that's where we're going in now. So contact me, and we'll close the bubbles on you regarding how do you get involved.
Fantastic. Well, all we could talk about this. It's important work right now. How we balance our everyday jobs with the COVID world is no easy feat. Thank you for your work, your commitment, for bridging the gap between the military world and the startup world. We're grateful to work with all of you. Have a great rest of your Fed Supernova. Thanks for your time. And I believe it's back to Sean.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Melanie.
All right, awesome. Melanie, thank you so much. Thank you to the gentleman who joined for that awesome panel and great discussion. At this point, we invite you to hop in for some more networking. And while we all miss the in-person and well-provisioned events that we have here at Capital Factory, instead of serving you delicious brisket, we're going to be serving you some excellent meetings. Please join us back here at 1:15 to hear from the startups. We'll be on the front lines developing technology to fight COVID. See you in 15 minutes.
I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes. For you, yeah, I give my life. Yeah, I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now going to jump into our startup showcase. These companies are all startups in the post-COVID world, and during this global pandemic, we are all very much dealing with. These startups are working to get us back to normality as quickly and safely as possible. Really excited to welcome to the stage Claire Boniel from Army Research Lab, who will kick things off with her opening remarks. Take it away, Claire.
Thank you, Sean. And thank you for joining us for the COVID Innovation Startup Showcase. I'd like to introduce this track by telling you some about our own experiences in innovating natural language processing research to address COVID-19. I'm Dr. Claire Boniel, and I'm from Army Research Laboratory. I'm a social scientist at Adelphi Laboratory Center in Maryland, and my collaborator in this research, Dr. Stephanie Lucan, is a computer scientist at ARL West in Los Angeles. ARL is part of the Combat Capabilities Development Command, or CCDC, which sits under Army Futures Command. So SARS-CoV-2, or the novel coronavirus, is forcing incredibly rapid changes in our world. We've all experienced this, and we see it not only in our medical research, but also in our public service messaging, as well as our everyday lives. Those who are fortunate enough to are working from home, perhaps while caring for our children. And you can see here my 1.5-year-old Hunter, who has been my very fun and very challenging coworker for the past 4 months. But crisis breeds innovation. And I think it's only natural that we as researchers ask, how can we use our science or technology to help? At CCDC, we received the call to pivot our research to help battle COVID-19. And I'm proud to say that we rose to the challenge with the manufacture and delivery of PPE and antimicrobial masks, as well as additive manufacturing for swabs, and finally, the identification of potential antibodies. As a computational linguist, I began exploring how we can combine AI, machine learning, and natural language processing techniques to help. There are a few clear possibilities, including synthesizing and summarizing the massive amounts of data available on the web, including news and social media, analyzing the efficacy of public service messaging, or extracting information from and summarizing the huge and growing amounts of scientific and medical literature on coronavirus and related viruses. In my branch, we decided that we could best leverage ongoing research for this final option. So during a 6-week research sprint, which is a very short amount of time for our kind of research, we rapidly pivoted our research to develop a framework of artificial intelligence components called InfoForager. InfoForager allows scientists and medical professionals to accelerate their technical information searches. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about how this system works. First, we automatically convert or parse a natural language question into a computer-readable semantic formalism called abstract meaning representation, or AMR. AMR takes the form of a directed acyclic graph that you can see here on the bottom left. This graph captures not only the concepts of the question as nodes, but also the semantic relationships between those concepts as edges. For example, this question, what is the concentration of the virus in saliva, is represented as the concentration of something, that's the very top middle node. The thing concentrated is the virus, as represented in the left edge and node. And the quantity of that concentration is unknown, as represented in the center edge and node. And the location is in saliva, as represented in the right node and edge. Second, we use a graph matching algorithm that compares the semantic parse of the user question against the semantic parse of each sentence from a collection of medical research papers that's already been converted into this meaning representation. For example, here, the semantic representation for the user question has a great deal of overlap with the top sentence. The virus is highly concentrated in saliva, because this sentence is also talking about the concentration of the virus in saliva and the quantity of that concentration. But a sentence with many of the same words, the concentration of saliva on swabs, would not be a good candidate answer for this question, because this sentence is talking about the concentration of saliva, not the virus, and the location is different. This is very much in contrast to the state-of-the-art keyword systems that would likely consider both of these sentences good matches, since they share many of the same keywords. Our system is looking for answers that not only share the same concepts and keywords, but also the same semantic relationships between those concepts. Finally, after comparing the question graph with all of the sentences in the research papers, the sentence with the greatest amount of overlap with the graph is returned to the user along with the paper that that sentence was found in. Overall, InfoForager goes far beyond the state of the art to understand the deeper meaning behind your question. If you'd like to hear more about this, my colleague, Dr. Stephanie Lucan, and I will be available at our booth today, the U.S. Army CCDC Army Research Lab booth. So that is how we quickly pivoted our own research to try to do our part in this fight, to help medical researchers do their scientific research more efficiently. I'm proud of what we've managed to do, all that CCDC has done as a command, but there is so much more to do, so many more critical needs that remain unaddressed. With that, I look forward to hearing more about how the startups presenting in this session have rapidly innovated to help address COVID-19. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Claire. That was very interesting and very a little bit above my head, but hopefully for our startups that will be in their wheelhouse. And so at this point, I would like to introduce our startups to tell us more about what they're doing in the fight against COVID-19. And so the first company that we're going to introduce is Maxwell and Jason McClure. Maxwell is a company that is the only one in the world developing a tissue-safe broad-spectrum viricide. Did I get that right?
You did. My name's Joshua, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joshua.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead, take me back.
No problem. So I'm Joshua McClure, CEO of Maxwell. You're the first of the DoD and the defense industry to hear about this new drug class. I have 6 minutes to introduce a completely new biotechnology to you, so bear with me. You can contact me at joshua@maxwellbiosciences.com with your questions. Maxwell Biosciences is developing a completely new class of drugs. Our drugs mimic the human immune system, only better. The peer-reviewed evidence for this is well published in dozens of top journals like Nature. Similar to Moderna, we can program our drugs to attack previously unaddressed pathogens. These peer-reviewed articles show the drugs are effective against antibiotic-resistant bacteria, difficult fungal infections, limited types of cancer, and importantly, viruses. In fact, our first product is a tissue-safe viricide which destroys SARS-CoV-2, the COVID virus. Unlike our antiviral competitors, our drug completely destroys a virus. Our drug has been tested as safe at NYU, Stanford University, and Texas A&M, with an optimal therapeutic window in mice and in advanced human organ tissue simulations. Our total addressable market is $105 billion, so we compare to other billion-dollar biopharma companies like Moderna. Let's talk about how this programmable drug class works with and mimics the human immune system. Your white blood cells destroy every kind of pathogen, bacterial, fungal, and viral, with a potent molecule called LL37. LL37 is incredibly versatile because it defends your body by killing almost every pathogen, but it's delicate and lasts about 6 minutes in the body. We have made a drug to mimic LL37's potency and versatility. Our stronger man-made version, called a peptoid, took 30 years of research by top US scientists at the US Department of Energy. It lasts at least 24 hours in the body, and we can virtually program our peptoids to fine-tune against specific pathogens. Here you can see we attached a powerful side chain to the nitrogen instead of the weaker carbon, creating a stronger, longer lasting drug. And this is your immune system essentially in an Iron Man suit. We bought the patents from the Department of Energy. We own them outright and they expire in 2030. Now it's months away from human trials. Our military forces are currently highly vulnerable to militarized and natural pandemics. This is a remarkably broad spectrum anti-infective. It's a rapidly effective drug we believe should be available for every warfighter and their families. We're asking for the Pentagon's support in accelerating this schedule that you see here. Preclinical IPOs have a recent history of success in biotech. That's our plan. Here's our go-to-market and drug pipeline. I'm Joshua McClure. I'm a graduate of the United States Air Force Academy and helped develop highly classified technology for the warfighter while serving in the U.S. Air Force. I have over 18 years of experience as a technology CEO. Dr. Kent Kirschenbaum is our Chief Science Officer and is experienced working with DARPA. Mark Pomeroy is a former Johnson & Johnson Vice President of R&D. Steve Purse is a former Chief Technology Officer of Sprint and a public-private board director. Dr. Annalise Barron is our co-inventor and scientific co-founder at Stanford University. And our two lead investigators are Dr. Gil Diamond at University of Louisville and Dr. Jeff Cirillo at Texas A&M. Here are the investment terms. I understand that many in the audience are not investors and are members of the DoD. We're currently in talks with 4 publicly traded biopharma companies and have 13.2 million in soft commitments with 1.4 million in hard commitments. Here's our forward-looking statements disclaimer required for companies prepping for IPO. And from all of us at Maxwell, thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joshua. Okay, so up next we have Henry with MDBox. And MDBox is a company that helps patients get diagnosed and treated for the COVID-19 virus and other common illnesses. With that, I will let you take it away, Henry.
Hi, how you doing? So I'm Dr. Henry Legier. I'm the CEO and founder of Reliant Immune Diagnostics, and our platform is called MDBox. And so I assume that you're able to see my screen right now because I just see my own presentation. But I basically grew up in a military environment. My mom was stationed at Bergstrom Air Force Base. My dad was at Fort Sam in San Antonio. Went away to UC Berkeley, studied chemistry and economics, then to Columbia University in New York City for medical school. Then I did an immunology fellowship at Harvard, Brigham and Women's, was in the special testing development lab at Mass General, and then started the immunology division at MIT Medical. About 5 years ago, I stepped out of practice and started building this enhanced telemedicine platform. So it's perfectly suited for a pandemic. It wasn't built for a pandemic. It was built for any particular application, whether it's a bad flu season, a novel emerging virus. And we were able to tailor our platform around the needs of everything from diagnosis to treatment to health passports and contact tracing. And so what do I mean by enhanced telemedicine? So how are we different from just a teledoc or any other telemedicine company? Well, in addition to just standard two-way video, and all of our software is custom developed, we wanted to make sure that the quality of diagnosis and the quality of the visit wasn't compromised by the fact that it was done as a telephone call or a two-way video call. And so what that means is that we really wanted to provide our doctors and our nurse practitioners, whoever the providers are in our network, with the same quality and breadth of information as they would have in a normal office face-to-face encounter. So we integrated with Bluetooth devices that are capable of capturing and storing and uploading to our EMR medical grade images of the eardrum, the back of the throat, heart and lung sounds. And we also developed a proprietary machine vision system that doesn't rely on RGB values to be able to actually interpret any visually read point of care tests by actually reading the underlying geometry of the cassette using what we call vector orientation field analysis. So we can literally see below the limits of human eye detection. And by coupling actual point of care tests and having real biometric data, the quality of the remote care is greatly enhanced. And that's why we call it enhanced telemedicine. The enhanced telemedicine network are anybody that is trained as a telemedicine extender on our platform. So it can be pharmacy staff, it could be med techs, it could be military troops that are responsible for administering care on the front lines. It can be employer HR, designated health personnel, school nurses, team trainers, literally anybody that gets invited to our platform that spends about 2 hours training on it. So in our partnerships with some retail organizations where we take care of their employees, an employer designated HR official will be invited to our platform, and they spend about 2 hours learning the HIPAA privacy training protocols, as well as how to use our Bluetooth devices and how to perform any of the point of care tests. We've also integrated with pharmacies. We've done pilots with Walmart, with HED. Pre-pandemic, we were scheduled to be in 23,000 locations by the end of 2020. So the pandemic hit us particularly hard, but now we're back on track with that. And we should be in about 10,000 locations nationwide by mid-2021. But we've actually now had more traction because of the pandemic with schools, with charitable organizations, with cities, governments, municipalities. And one of the great things about our platform also is that it's really a la carte. You can either you could just purchase tests from us. You can license the software, use your own provider networks, and it's very adaptable. Visit types include general visits, medication refills, sports physicals, sinus pressure and pain, vomiting, diarrhea, and then a whole host of other visit types. And then we coordinated a series of visit types around use cases for the pandemic. So there's an integrated COVID visit that can be initiated by a person on their smartphone. And then based on how we triage them, they're given recommendations. If they do a telemedicine visit, they can do it from home. They can be shown where they can go to do an enhanced visit where testing is offered. And we also do pop-up events for different organizations, whether it's just serologic based or whether it's just antigen based. And so I spoke a little bit ahead about the a la carte features. The home-based daily symptom monitoring and triage was part of our RPM, remote patient monitoring platform, that we had already developed and integrated with devices. And then we also coordinate and schedule testing events. We've done several events for various cities, counties, employer organizations. And our antigen-based tests include both saliva, oral swab, and nasopharyngeal collected PCR-based tests. And right now we're averaging about 48 to 72 hour turnaround. We have the only FDA compliant finger prick, not venous serology testing platform. And we have a right of first refusal from 2 manufacturers of the 5. There were a lot of serologic tests that were approved on the market under EUA, and they were pulled off by the FDA recently. There's only 5 approved EUA serologic tests. They're all venous. And we have the one partnership that is finger prick. And because they do not manufacture in the United States, they've signed an FDA technology transfer with us, and we're now raising money to actually build a factory. We have already operations going, and we're producing 30,000 tests in the United States per day, and we want to scale that up to 500,000 to 1 million U.S. manufactured serologic tests, and they are finger prick approved. And then we also have our ongoing monitoring dynamic health passport generation. And we've partnered with several different solutions. We're agnostic to how we do contact tracing. And so it can be user initiated, it could be device handoffs. And I think one of the companies presenting later is one of these solutions. Not one that we're presently working with, but we're agnostic and we're willing to work with anybody. The registration process is simple. An individual can self-register, or we can register people in mass. And we basically send daily text alerts or in-app reminders to check in, tell us about your ill contacts, your risks, your exposures, any occupational changes, and then your symptoms, your temperature. And then if you have any of the enhanced tools at home, if you have any of the integrated Bluetooth devices, we can automatically extract that and get a higher quality risk assessment. Based on that, we do an AI-based triage, following CDC and NIH guidelines. And then if we recommend testing, we actually tell you where you can find a testing center that's nearby. And we coordinate with public health departments, with different agencies, and share that information and help schedule it. And then many times we're actually the boots on the ground under the tents with our labor force, actually working side by side with governments. We just did a public-private event with the city of Austin a couple of weeks ago to church, and now we have 2 more events coming up for uninsured Hispanic folks in the city of Austin and down in Hayes County as well. And then our telehealth solution has integrated with smart scales, blood pressure cuffs, pulse oxes, over 120 different Bluetooth devices, including some chronic care devices like blood glucose devices. And we're the only national telemedicine company that has integrated with a professional version of TytoCare to provide the medical grade images of the eardrum, the back of the throat, the heart and lung sounds. The tests that we have on our platform include flu, strep, coronavirus, allergy prick testing, drugs of abuse. And we actually have under FDA submission right now with Helgen a combined flu A, flu B, H1N1, and COVID antigen-based rapid test that's visually read in 15 minutes. and we're hoping that'll be approved and hitting the market for this forthcoming flu season. And our machine vision is patented, and this is how, I mean, you literally can see below the limit of human eye detection. And for interested folks, we have a whole tech presentation. It can explain how that works later. These are some of our partnerships. We've sold tests directly to branches of the military, to the National Guard, to the state of Texas. And we also are rolling out with many of these retailers over the course of the next quarter. And we're right now raising $15 million at an $85 million pre-money valuation. We previously raised $13 million at a $50 million pre-money. Of that, we still have 2 in cash and 2 in inventory, and large POs that should quickly accelerate our revenue pipeline.
All right.
And
I'm going to stop you there.
That's it.
This is great. And if we have time later, I'd love to hear more about what you're working on.
Perfect.
Awesome. So up next, we have Tarun with Return Safe. And I understand he was having some technical issues with his camera. So Tarun's just going to share his slides, and I will let you take it away.
Okay. Can you see my screen okay, Sean?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I'm Tarun from Return Safe, and we are a biosecurity company. We just formed the business about 4 months ago, right when the pandemic started. And the reason we did it is we looked out, and when you look at the history of these major outbreaks, it's easy to recognize that COVID-19 is obviously not the first, and it won't be the last. If anything, we have an increasing frequency of these kinds of outbreaks. And one of the things that people seem to be gravitating towards is this idea of a vaccine. And as our team looked out at which of the previous outbreaks have been handled by vaccines, the results are kind of not very conclusive at all that vaccines are the answer. If anything, the way that we have stopped major outbreaks in the past has been through interventions like screening, testing, and tracing, not by developing a magic bullet vaccine. So our goal is really to create this vital infrastructure for biosurveillance and case management to prevent these outbreaks. We call this biosecurity, analogous to cybersecurity, protecting companies against threats like viruses and hackers. We think that this moment calls for the creation of a new industry category, a new type of company that's focused on biosecurity. And what is biosecurity? Really, we think of it as like 2 different components. Part of it is biosurveillance. How do we get all this data that's necessary to make good decisions, and then make those decisions? Whether we quarantine somebody, isolate somebody, contact trace, etc. And as part of that, we've really looked at the platform as a whole. And we think this really needs to be more of a platform, not an app, because we need to do daily screening. We need to figure out how people are feeling every day and what symptoms they have. We need to do testing. We need to figure out who to test, how to get that test data back to the people that are making decisions. We need to manage the people that have active cases by making sure they're quarantining or isolating, and we need to contact trace. So, and no one company can do it on their own. So part of the thinking for us in terms of building this as a platform is to make sure that we work well with other companies that are also in the space. The way we got started is as a nonprofit open source project about 4 months ago to build contact tracing technology for the public sector. And that nonprofit is still around, and it's called Corona Trace. And you can see our website at coronatrace.org. So in order to solve this problem, I think it starts with assembling a world-class team. And Jason and I started a company called Mutual Mobile, which is one of the largest app development companies in the country. Jiku and Margaret built and sold a company called Kinvey, which is a leader in enterprise, helping companies build apps for their internal employees that's HIPAA compliant and very secure. And our chief medical officer, Dr. Gillum, built what became the second largest electronic health record system in the country. So we're trying to strike a balance here between what is good for the employers and what's good for the employees. And in doing so, we are taking a risk management approach by combining screening, testing, and tracing in the right combination, making sure the data is flowing seamlessly between these three systems to enable what needs to happen. The way the app presents itself is every employee has an app on their phone. They complete a daily check-in every day with their symptoms, their fever, and then they're given a recommendation based on a set of rules, which we call a policy, whether they should come into work that day or stay at home that day. We've built into the app the capability using Bluetooth to have a social distancing alarm, so the phones can vibrate if they come within 6 feet of each other. And we've added the ability to integrate the test results and contact tracing into this application as well. As part of the platform, we've gone out and partnered with the leading point solutions in each of these areas. So what if the employee is not being honest, or maybe they have a reason to be dishonest? Then you have to kind of incorporate some sort of verification system like the system here, from Athena Security, that does a really good job at tracking temperatures. So the contact tracing portion of the app, we have about 3 different ways to do it. One is through the app itself, using Bluetooth technology and GPS technology in the background. The second is through hardware, where we're able to deploy these beacons as ID cards or lanyards that are able to collect this data. This really only works well in indoor settings and requires some amount of infrastructure, these Bluetooth gateways that you have to deploy. So that takes a little bit of time. And the third way is what we call manual contact tracing. And that's just an old-fashioned logbook. Who did you come into contact with? And just asking people and sharing the responsibility of monitoring exposures with your employees themselves. Everything on the back end is very configurable. You get all the data back to HR and the facilities manager. We've integrated with 8 of the top 10 HR systems that are used across the country, and all of the leading identity management systems, so that we can have a single sign-on experience. As I mentioned before, it's a HIPAA-compliant backend. We take security incredibly seriously. We have a HackerOne project where we encourage people to hack us and find vulnerabilities, because there's privacy concerns in handling this kind of secure information. And we've also now started to integrate into building access management. This is showing how you would do that manually, but we've started to now integrate with the ID card system, so you can limit access to the facility to people that have completed their daily survey. So that's the presentation. Good spot for me to wrap up.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Tarun. Next up, we have Dave Copps with Worlds, and he is working on a mobile passive testing platform that doesn't require DNA. Drive up in your car, open a window, and have results in 15 minutes. Take it away, Dave.
It's actually 15 seconds, but thanks. Everybody see my screen?
Yes, we got you on there.
Great. Okay. Well, my name is Dave Copps. I'm the CEO of Worlds, a software company based in Dallas, Texas. We are a spatial AI company, so we're building software that enables organizations to see and sense their worlds, their physical worlds, through the lens of AI. So you're probably asking, what does an AI company from Dallas have to do with COVID-19? Well, on March 9th, a funny thing happened on the way to the office. My partner and I were in Houston talking to a large energy company about our ability to use AI with chemical sensing to detect chemical leaks and save lives. Well, that was the day that COVID really emerged as part of our daily lives and became a national conversation. Long story short, we started asking ourselves just how far we could take this chemical sensing. Could we actually detect COVID through breath? So, what we did, what I do know is that current testing sucked. The invasive tests are dangerous to administer. They require trained personnel to do, and they can't be administered at scale. If we could design a solution, the thought occurred to us, if we could design a solution that didn't require blood, saliva, or respiratory samples, but rather just a puff of breath, we might have something. So that would enable all of us to go back to work safely by enabling viral detection at scale, and detecting infected individuals who need medical attention, quarantining them away from the uninfected workforce. So that's what we've done. We've created a kiosk we call Worlds Protect. So Worlds Protect is by combining chemical sensing with what we know really well, artificial intelligence. We create the possibility of a nationwide network of sensors that will provide early warning for the detection of the communal spread of COVID-19 and even the detection of new viral outbreaks before they reach critical mass. So we've established some very powerful partnerships, a public-private partnership with the Air Force and the University of North Texas. And we actually have had some very incredible results. So we had, we did a lab testing. So we actually acquired some lab samples, COVID-19 respiratory samples, and performed some tests. And we had some incredible results. Our results really far exceeded even our highest expectations. After analyzing samples from a national lab, we've actually identified 40 unique biomarkers that are unique to people that have COVID that do not occur in patients that did not have COVID-19. This is a huge breakthrough. Now the next thing to test would be, can we detect those same or similar biomarkers via breath? So our partnership landscape is accelerating. It's growing bigger and bigger. We've partnered with Intel to have our internal embedded compute power provided by them and their NUC device and internal PC. Form factor and kiosk development is being worked on by Very, the largest state-of desk company in the world. And additional research will be performed by the state of Texas, the COVID strike force, and Texas A&M. We're also considering partnerships with other companies to explore additional use cases for the technology. Our timeline is accelerated. We're actually currently conducting airborne tests with human subjects to prove airborne detection. We're in process with the FDA on emergency use authorization and expect a certification sometime in late August. The early results from airborne testing are very, very encouraging. It's showing that we can indeed detect critical markers associated with COVID-19 via breath. And I finished early.
That never happens, Dave.
That never happens. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, I think what we're going to do now is bring up all of the participants, and we're actually going to do a Q&A. We've got questions that have come in from the audience, and we will be dropping those into the chat for you guys kind of behind the scenes to take a look at, and we will roll from there. So I'll probably just call on you so that there's clarity about who I'm asking. But if at some point you do want to respond, just drop it in the chat, and I will get to you. Alrighty, so the first question, there was a whole lot you guys discussed there, and these solutions are incredible. And so the first question I have, and I'm going to ask this question to Tarun and Dave. I know your background, so I'll target you guys on this one. But what we're seeing with COVID is unlike anything else we've ever experienced. We need solutions like yesterday. And so you've both mentioned partnerships that you've developed, investments, that sort of thing. Those kind of rapid partnerships are super crucial. What has been the response you've seen from partner companies? How is it different from previous startups that you've worked with? And Dave, I'll let you take that one to start.
Yeah, this is certainly a new environment, and we're noticing a much higher level of urgency. This is my third company. I've built and sold 2 companies based on AI and machine learning. This is my third. And I've worked with government and DOD and a lot of different organizations that are part of the government. And right now, the response and the speed at which we're receiving these responses is unprecedented from my experience. So I'm happy to report that there does seem to be a very strong sense of urgency amongst people who really want to get to a solution as soon as possible. This EUA approval, being told that we'll have that in 6 weeks. And it's mind-boggling to me. And having large organizations like the Air Force and just to come to our side and offer to do anything they can do to help state of Texas, the COVID strike force. And it's been a very, very different experience. It does make you kind of wonder, why does it take so long otherwise? Does it take a national crisis to kind of remove all the barriers for acceleration?
Yeah, absolutely. Tarun?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I keep saying it really takes a village for us to deal with this crisis. To think any one company can do it on their own is just foolish. And I think we're very much seeing a lot of willingness to work together and partner, less competition, more collaboration across all the companies that we've reached out to.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I want to go to Joshua and Henry here for the more of the biopharma side of things. You mentioned working with Joshua. You mentioned working with developers who are working on the vaccine and developing these pharmaceuticals. Can you paint a picture for us for what you think sort of the next 6 months will look like? What can we expect?
Yes. We are working with top 20 big pharma companies. So we're working currently with 4 different companies in parallel talks with them. They're interested in various different pathogens. They're assuming that the U.S. government will likely give us a large grant and put us into Operation Warp Speed. That's an assumption right now. We have not been granted that, and as we all know, politics plays a part in that, and so we're approaching it from several different angles and having to do things that we haven't been, we don't have experience with, dealing with Washington D.C. agendas where it's not just the pandemic itself, right? There's many different things happening, especially during an election year and various different budgets and all that. So that's something startups aren't used to. We've brought in some consultants that are helping us with that, and then also some of the big pharma companies have given us some advice on how to go about that. We've got a request in for a $1.3 billion grant in order to take over 2 factories to produce our drug in 500 kilogram batches that would, within a year, give us the ability to have doses for 100 million people. So that's there's a lot of logistics involved, and it's nice to have vice presidents from Johnson & Johnson and others involved where they have the network where we can reach out to the big pharma folks to get us going. I think what you can look forward to in the future is very soon you'll see images of our various different drugs destroying the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And then you'll see more and more safety data coming out showing advanced simulations of human tissues. And then also we have tests in pigs that those data should be released within the next few months.
That's awesome. Henry, what about you? What do you see on the horizon, for MDBox and for just writ large?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we've seen, it's unfortunate that it took a pandemic to kind of wake up some of the just the normal processes that are in place that have been barriers. We've been in operation for about 5 years. And now in the last 3 months, we get daily requests from the FDA to actually speed up our clinical trials to get in-home approval that links our vision system to many of these point of care tests. Not just for coronavirus, but for influenza H1N1, so that when the next flu season hits, that we're able to distinguish respiratory symptoms across different pathogens. And, you need to have, and it was well said before, that, you can't have one company that does everything. And this has really been a great time of collaboration between startups and big companies and big pharma to try to meet the needs of the American people and people of Texas. The next pandemic could be, there's right now an H1N1 that's circulating in China that is more vicious than the H1N1 we had 9 years ago. And there are villages that are on lockdown because of H1N1, not because of novel coronavirus. And we've got to have processes and FDA review procedures in place that make us adaptable and flexible to any emerging pathogen, not just, getting past this current pandemic.
Absolutely. All right, we have a question here from the audience, and this question is for Tarun. Can you share some more details about the anonymity and privacy protections for users?
Sure thing. Yeah, this has obviously been in the news a lot about the privacy issues with regards to contact tracing, and something we've spent a lot of time thinking about. And I think it goes back to what are our values as a country? About 100 years ago, brave men and women fought on the battlefield to fight for our civil liberties, proving that here in America, our liberties are just as important as our lives. And I think it says a lot about who we are, that even in the middle of a pandemic, we're not willing to give up our privacy. And so we think privacy is just hugely important. Now, it's also in the middle of a pandemic, not the time for a science project to figure out how to do something that's never really been done before. And there've been proposals around decentralized, approaches and blockchain and things like that. The approach that we've taken is to actually have a fairly standard model around privacy and security, which is to have a central authority that is trusted and make sure we're not gathering any information that we don't need. And the information that we gather is only used for one purpose and one purpose only. So for example, collecting people's location all the time creates a national security risk on top of a privacy risk, right? So we're not doing that. Instead, we're using Bluetooth technology to detect proximity, because it's not people's location that matters, more so whether they're close to somebody else. That's all you really want to know. I also saw another question in there about how do we deal with seniors? And one of the things we're really proud of is our initial deployment was at a nursing home. That was our first customer. And that's really the heart of where this crisis really is. It's the eye of the hurricane, where 44% of the deaths in America from COVID have been inside of nursing home. So making sure that the app is something that really safeguards the lives of the elderly and the vulnerable is hugely important to us. And a lot of time we've spent thinking about the design and the experience of the product to make sure that it works for people that are elderly.
Yeah, that's great answer, and that's really interesting to see how you guys have baked that into to the product. So I guess my next question is for Dave. I think this question might have been sort of generally to everybody. So if anybody has a response to this, welcome to join in. But the question is, have you all reached out to DARPA? Is this something that any of the platforms you're building, have you contacted them and use them as an opportunity to develop? Dave, why don't you take that one? Oh, I think you're on mute there, Dave.
We're fairly nascent in this project and our exposure to DARPA. I have worked with them before in previous companies. I've been told that there is a project at DARPA, a grant that they're looking to create a handheld mass spectrometer. That's something that we're interested in participating in. So if anyone has an introduction there, that would be good. But we are pursuing some, there's 1 or 2 DARPA grants that we've been made aware of that are directly relevant to the work that we're doing. So we'll be making those calls shortly.
Cool. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? All right. Last question before we jump to our next event for today, which is the startup crawl. Who do you guys need to meet? Who do you need an introduction to? How can our community help support you?
For me, it's testing. We are now in airborne trials, so we're testing how effective we can be at detecting COVID-19 or any other virus for that matter via the breath. So without swabs or samples, just walking up to a kiosk, literally giving a blow of breath. We need access to testing. We have our IRB, so we actually have our own IRB right now, and so we can use that. We also have one with the Air Force, so we have 2 IRBs we could use to do that. But if anyone has access to live human testing opportunities, would be very interested in hearing about that.
Yeah, Dave, maybe we should meet offline and talk about, because we have active clinical trials going on for both antigen and serology, and it would be just another step to combine IRBs. That'd be great.
That'd be fantastic. Thanks.
For Maxwell, it would be we need the government to understand what it is that we have. It's a completely new drug class, and we now have the data to be accelerated. But getting access to the people that are able to understand what it is that we have, because currently the working group out of BARDA rejects any therapeutics offhand. They don't have time to review therapeutics right now, so they're only accepting vaccines for review. So that's a broken paradigm. When a company comes up with something that's not within the box of a current paradigm, that's something that governments generally don't do, super well. So, this is, we're approaching it from several different angles, but we can always use help, right? So we have, we've got a lot of people trying to help us with that, but I think this is a perfect audience that could reach out and probably change things for us.
Cool. Tarun?
Yeah, for me, I mean, we're definitely probably interested in people that are looking at how do we assure the, how do we create a bubble around a base or a ship? You know, how do we make sure that the people coming in are kind of already tested, and then ensuring that if symptoms develop because somebody develops symptoms, how do we do contact tracing? So anybody that's working on trying to solve that kind of problem for the military, I think we'd love to talk to.
All right, very good. Well, thank you all so much for being here today, and to Claire for kicking things off. We really appreciate the hard work that you guys are doing to find solutions to get us through this crazy time. All right.
You. Yeah, thanks for allowing us to participate. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thanks, guys. And so with that, I invite you guys to join us for an Austin tradition startup crawl. And even though you won't be crawling around downtown, we are excited to bring you to the first ever virtual crawl experience. Now's the time to grab a drink from your own private bar. Hopefully there's no line there. And join us in Secaucus to come check it out. Mix and mingle with other attendees. These startups will all be there and chat with representatives from across the ecosystem, government organizations. We'll see you guys there, and see you at Startup Crawl.
And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you still in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. Yeah, I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know what's in. Can I feel your kryptonite? I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Your finger dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. Have all that days on na-na-na. I'm hard to love them, oh na-na-na. God knows I need you, oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Have a high on beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is na-na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. We have a madness on na-na-na. I'm hard to love, but na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you, na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever has never been enough. They put us together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me love me, forever has never been enough. Just tell me love me, tell me love me.